All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is a very beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Orange County. I am Yeso coming to you live from the Esports Arena Orange County studios. We get ready to kick off Pro Night here at Series E. It's week number 5, and we're ready to get into the action. For those of you who don't exactly know what Series E is, I can break it down for you. It's pretty straightforward, okay? SeriesE is an Apex Legends professional open circuit that anyone can join, right? We've got 9 teams that have made it through our open qualifiers and have been drafted and signed by our partnered brands. Those teams now make $750 a month salary, as well as compete weekly for points and prize money against other open qualifier teams on typically Tuesday night, and some of the best pro squads from across the nation and the world every Wednesday. Obviously, schedule a little changed up this week. If you guys like that idea and maybe want to get in on the action yourself, make sure to head over to matcherino.com/ESA for a shot at being one of our future SeriesE pros. Now, as we look forward at tonight's action, let's take a look back at what we saw last night. Team Pringles came into last week in first place, but a bit of a difficult performance dropped them down into second, while Farmer Lucas and the Team Pop-Tart squad took first away from them. But Pop-Tarts struggled last night. Meanwhile, Team Pringles, with a very impressive second half of the night, were able to steal a victory away from the Croissant Warriors. Nasky and those boys had been sitting in the lead very strong, had originally had a 30-point lead at one point in the night, but an impressive finish from the Pringles guys ended up snagging them a 10-point lead and a victory to end the day. We'll have to see if they can keep the momentum going tonight, as it's certainly going to be a tough test against the likes of CLG, Sentinels, and more other pros. But before we get into that fun stuff, I've got a guest over here to play some Deal or Steal with me, so let's head over to the GVO zone. All right, and I am here with PvPX of the renowned Cloud9. PvPX, how we doing today, my man?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
It's good to have you. If you could just introduce yourself a little bit for everybody at home, kind of what you got going on, what you're about.
Yeah, so I originally signed to Cloud9 as a pro Apex player, but I stepped back a little bit and I've just been focusing on content. I like to stream a lot of Apex ranked and grind leaderboards, and I might make a return into the pro scene soon, but well, you never know. We'll see what happens.
All right. Well, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on you, as well as the org as well, because y'all certainly got a big weekend here for you. But we've got some business to take care of here right now. We got Deal or Steal, and let me break it down for you here as well as everybody at home, okay? I got 20 Apex crates with a range of awesome prizes inside of them. To start the game, you're going to pick one. You're going to hold on to that guy, okay? We're going to take rounds eliminating the other crates on the board. At the end of each round, I'm going to have a deal for you. You can either take that deal at the time or opt to steal. We will then keep playing and eliminating more crates. If you don't take any of my deals, we will get down to the final 2 crates. We will then open yours, and you will get that prize. Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay,
makes
cool.
Perfect sense.
All right, sounds good. Let's get into the fun. We got some great prizes here for you, and let's start knocking them open. We got 20 cases to throw up on the board. Let's see what we're working with here today. You can see the range of prizes there. Everything from some snack packs from some of our partnered brands up to some Razer swag and an Xbox Series X. So to start things off, you have to pick the one you're going to hold on to. So 1 through 20, which one are you feeling lucky about?
I'm going with 9 for Cloud9.
All right. You know what? I like it. We're going to hold on to number 9. That makes a whole lot of sense. We'll see if that is a lucky one in fact. Okay, so now first round, we got to knock 9 off the board. So we crack 9 of these crates open, see what's inside. They are done. So what is your first pick?
Let's get rid of 5.
Okay, number 5. Let's see what's in there. It was a good early run last night. Let's see if we can do it again. Okay, 2150 Apex coins, one of our blue tier prizes. That's, some skins there,
Xbox
but that's
is
okay.
Still in there.
Yeah. Okay, so number 5 off the board. What next?
Let's do 6.
6. Okay. 5 and 6 here. Let's see if we get some good luck here early. Don't want to knock off the big prizes yet. It is the Cheez-Its snack pack there. Okay, one of the white tiers. That's a solid start. What else are we feeling? Any of those crates speaking to you?
Let's do a 13.
Lucky number 13. Is it going to be lucky, in fact, or does it bite him? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Number 13 comes back to bite my man. It is the Xbox Series X off the board early. All right, we still got those good purple tiers. If you need a new headset or a keyboard, a nice backpack, those are still available. What are we thinking next?
Let's get rid of 10.
Number 10. It is the Walmart $50 gift card,
I'll
the
take
prize that my man Zach Mazer took home last week. He was pretty hyped about that one. That one's gonna sting a little bit, but we still got some good stuff on the board. How we feeling through 4 crates?
Let's go at the top. Let's go to number 1.
Number 1, okay. Let's crack that puppy open. And inside, we've got an Esports Arena mystery box. One of those off the table. Another one of those blue tiers. Okay, we've cracked open 5. We need 4 more before I've got a deal for you. So what are we thinking next?
I'm not doing so hot.
You're not doing okay. So now we can we can throw it to chat. Do you want some advice from Twitch chat? See what they have to say. It's not necessarily the the hallowed halls of intellectual thought, but
I asked chat for help, and I've seen a lot of 3s in chat.
I am seeing some 3s as well. Couple of 20s, more 3s. I'm thinking of pick number 3, my lord. You want to go with number 3?
Yep.
Okay. Twitch chat says number 3. I hope you guys aren't going to burn my man here. Let's crack it open. Applejack's Jumbo Snack Pack. Chat coming in clutch. Okay, guys.
We should stick with the chat.
Stick with chat. Okay. So Twitch chat, keep it coming. Keep your suggestions going. Your pick for number 3 came through really well. So we're gonna keep looking there. So we got 6 off the board. We got to hit 3 more. Connie says 17.
17? All right, let's go 17.
All right, let's see if Connie has your best interest in mind. Let's see what's inside number 17. It's a SeriesE jersey of your choice. Okay, that's another one of those high blue tiers.
We still got some bottom prizes. Okay,
but so 17 wasn't quite there. I'm seeing some 20s, couple 20s, couple 19s. 3 is already off the board.
Let's do 20.
Number 20, okay.
Let's do 20.
Get that big number off the board. What's inside number 20? Another SeriesE jersey. Okay, we're getting off the rails here, folks.
I am not good at this.
You looked good to start off, but we're failing my man here. He could be. We want to get him some merch.
We got one more?
One more, and then I got a deal for you.
All right. Let's do 19.
Number 19. All right. One of the final 2 in that bottom row. Let's see what's inside number 19. We're hoping for a white tier. Knock on wood, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, no. All that Esports Arena swag off the board. The mystery box is gone. Okay. So through 9 crates, one thing we can feel good about, all those purple tiers still there, right? Some good Razor products still there. 6,700 Apex coins still up on the board. And you know what? It's really, you can't really lose here when you got some like Pringles and Pop-Tart snack packs still on the board. But little bit of a rough go there in the back half. But I got a deal for you here. My offer, things got a little shaky, but my first offer is going to be the Rockstar pack. A pack of Rockstar Energy, great partner of ours. So you could take that deal and walk away with the Rockstar pack. Or if you're still feeling good about what you got in crate number 9, you can go steal, and we'll keep playing.
I'm liking crate 9. I'm liking what I got.
You're feeling good about crate 9? That's been a trend so far.
Yep.
Everybody so far has felt really good about their crate pick, and they've all walked away with solid prizes, right? I think the quote-unquote worst prize someone has left with is 6,700 Apex coins that Nasky left with. So I don't hate the idea. Wow. So we're going to go steal here. PvPX still wants to play. I'm feeling lucky. I saw that I saw that big beard, and I was just like, this man knows what's going on. That is that's an all-time esports beard right there, my friend. Okay, so we knocked 9 off the board. Let's hit 6 this time around. So we got to knock 6 more off before I got another deal for you.
All right, let's get rid of 2.
All right, number 2. Back to that top row. Let's see if we can get some of those white tiers off. And there it is, the Pop-Tarts pack.
Nice.
All right, that's a good start to round 2. Okay, let's see if we can keep it rolling. What are we thinking next? You want to close out that top row, or where else are we looking?
Yeah, let's close out the top row. Let's get rid of 4.
Close out the top row. Crack open number 4. Is it another white tier? Are we rolling? It is the Rice Krispies Treats pack. Okay.
Nice.
Round
I'm
2
liking what I'm
is
seeing
the
here.
place to be. Okay. That's 2 off of the board. Let's hit 4 more. What are you feeling next?
Let's do number 7.
Number 7. All right, what do we got inside? Can we keep it rolling? There's still some premium prizes on the board, and it's another white tier. 3 for 3 in round
Nice.
2, the Pringles pack.
Not bad.
Okay. All right, so
All
that's
right.
3 down this round.
Ask chat for help again.
Okay, chat, what are we thinking? I see 11, 14, 12, 11, another 11. They're
I'm
kinda all over
liking
board.
the 11.
You like an 11?
Yep.
Okay,
We'll go with 11.
let's go with 11. Let's see what we got. Crack that one open. Can we go 4 for 4? We can go 4 for 4.
Let's go.
My man's cracked. Okay, you know what? You got to you got to hop right in ranked after this. You got some good luck here.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
how
I
many more we
believe
got
that
left?
is 4 off the board, so we got to knock 2 more off before I got my next
Okay.
deal.
All right, let's get rid of 18 on the bottom row.
18. Close out that bottom row. Let's see what we got. Is it another white tier? Ooh, it's the Razor
Oh,
backpack.
no.
The first one of those purple tiers off the board. Okay. That one's going to sting a little bit, but all things considered, 4 whites and a
all
purple
right.
in this round. You should be feeling pretty good. Let's hit 1 more here, and then I'll have a deal for you.
All right, 2 people from chat said 8, so let's go with 8.
Number 8. All right. We'll close out those top 2 rows. See what we got inside number 8. It's the Nestle Pure Life Pack.
There we
Chat
go.
comes through again. Okay.
Let's go, chat.
So you wiped out in that round 5 of the 8 total white tier prizes. All that's left in the white tier is that Rockstar pack I offered you earlier. So I got a little better deal for you this time. We're going up a little
Okay.
bit. I got 2150 Apex coins here for you. And so again, we're in the same situation. You take my deal, you take home those Apex coins now, we're done. Or you elect to steal. If you're still feeling good about crate number 9 and we keep rolling, we'll eliminate 3 more before I have one final deal for you.
3 more.
Yep.
Let's do another. Let's do more eliminations.
Yeah?
I'm liking what I got. I like number 9.
BBX says steal. We're going to keep
Yep.
playing. All right. Go in the distance. I love the confidence. Okay, so he says no to the Apex coins. Now we got to knock off 3 more. 12, 14, 15, and 16. We got to take 3 of those off. What are we thinking?
Let's get rid of 12.
Number 12. Let's see what's inside. Is it the Rockstar pack? Is it a purple tier? It's 6,700
Oh,
Apex
man.
coins. All right, that's a little bit of a knife in the
It's
back
okay.
there.
It's in the middle.
That one's gonna sting a little bit, but you still got the headset and the keyboard up there, and one of those could still be inside your crate number 9. We got to knock off 2 more. I got 14, 15, and 16.
All right.
2 of those got to go.
Someone in chat says 16, so let's go with 16.
16. Okay. Let's open up number 16 here. If we can drop that graphic. There it is. Number 16 coming down. It's the other Apex coin prize, but it's a lower price here. Okay, so 2 crates.
That's not bad.
2 crates, 14 and 15. One of them's got to go. And one of them, at the very least, has one of those purple tier prizes.
All right. Let's
Could be
do...
both. What are you feeling?
2 people in chat said 15. Let's go with 15.
All right. Can chat come through one more time here in the clutch for PvPX?
Let's go, chat.
Oh, no, they don't. The Razor
it's okay.
wireless Black Shark
It
V2
wasn't the
Pro.
top one.
Yeah, okay. So, we got 9 and 14 on the board. I got my final deal for you here. Now, remember, in number 9, you've either got a Rockstar pack or the keyboard. My
Okay.
deal for you here is going to be a SeriesE jersey of your choice. Any of our partnered brands, white or black, one of our sweet jerseys. You can take that deal If you elect to steal this time, we just crack open number 9 and you get what's inside. So it's this deal or what's inside your crate.
Is the picture there one of the 2 jerseys I get?
Yeah, it would, but
Or
it
one
would
of the
be one of our partnered brands would be on it. So you get the white or the
Okay.
black jersey with, I've got a Rockstar one. We got Pringles, Pop-Tarts, Intel, all these brands.
Ooh. I feel like I can't back away from my crate. I think I gotta take home the crate that I got.
Yeah, I think Jack would be proud.
Yeah.
I think he'd be happy.
Yeah.
You pick number 9. You're going the distance.
Yes, sir.
PvPX says steal. Let's see. Closing the show. Let's see what's inside crate and number 9. What is my man going home with today? PvPX going
Right,
the
let's go.
distance. And it is the Rockstar Energy
take it.
Pack. Like I
take
said
it.
at the top, that's a dub. There's not a bad prize on
was
the
a-
board there. Get some sweet Rockstar Energy. You'll be good to go for some of those long streams. Keep the content flowing.
I'm just mad that Nasky got a higher prize than me because he plays Caustic.
Well, hey, you know what? If you want to talk a little junk, you could say, hey, how did that 30-point lead feel for you last night when it completely evaporated? You can talk a little junk. But,
yeah, that's right, Nasky.
Yeah. PvPX, thank you so much for joining me today. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll definitely be keeping an eye out for you in competitive in the future, hoping to see your return.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Have a good rest of your night.
All right, folks, that's going to do it for Deal or Steal. We're ready to close the pre-show, but we're kicking off Week 5. It's Pro Night here on SeriesE. Let's get into the fun.
Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
SeriesE.
SeriesE Apex Legends.
SeriesE Apex Legends starts right now.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Welcome to SeriesE. It's week number 5. We're going into Pro Night tonight, and we got Tom back on deck. Tom, great to have you back. And let's go ahead and talk about the games today. I mean, we were talking about over the last couple of weeks the consistency that we're seeing out of teams, the improvements that we're seeing out of teams. And I don't know if you got to watch any of the games from last night, but Team Pringles really knocked it out of the park last night, Tom. All right, it looks like we got a little bit of an issue with Tom right now. We're going to get that fixed. But while we're doing that, let's go ahead and talk about the format for tonight. And so, of course, like always, we're going to have 6 games being played out, but we have 11 pro teams joining our 9 partnered squads tonight. And that's really when the challenge is put up against them.
It's reversed on VMix. So yeah, GG VMix. I'm already like sweating from coming back from the gym, but now I'm actually sweating bullets. So yeah, sick. Let's get these games started. I wanna see this Team Pringles match that you're talking about, because again, like you were saying, Jamerson, to piggyback off that, I'm not surprised to see teams like Team Intel, Team Rockstar kind of falling behind, in Team Razor as well. These are the teams that were dominating before. Now we have new contenders that are popping through. I think Nestle Pure Life's been kind of slow getting things started. Hopefully they can pick it up. But these other teams like Team Applejacks, Team Pringles, Team Cheez-It, they've been coming through and looking really, really good. And I think that it's a testament to how much they've played, because they wanted to get into SeriesE to begin with. So the teams that are getting ready and preparing and having a lot of momentum are feeling really good. And Team Pringles is one of those teams.
Yeah, yesterday was a little bit of a rougher day for Team Cheez-It. We're talking about a team that's been improving, that's been getting better and better. And, yesterday, even though they ended up in 4th place, like, there was an opportunity for Team Cheez-It to ultimately take the night last night. It just, they had multiple top 5 finishes. They just weren't able to get the kill points behind it. But, I mean, that is a team that we're continuing to see get better and better. So let's go ahead and talk about the format for today. Of course, we do have 6 matches that will be played out tonight. And we have $500 on the line. First place taking $350, second place taking $150. And the point distribution, it's working out like it always does. Placements matter, kills matter. You get first place, you get 12 points. You get 15th place, you get 1 point. And every single kill point will get you 1 point as well. And, we were talking to Zicky last night from Third Impact, who will be playing today, I believe. He was saying that, like, right now, a lot of the focus for the squads, and we definitely see it throughout the playstyles, is trying to get kills, not just focusing on the placements. The placements are just like a nice bonus, but if you can get the kills, those will definitely eventually lead to the placement itself.
Yeah, if you can get the kills and not get third party, that's the big key here. But certain teams are going to have play styles that they've been using for a really long time, like CLG. But you have to have a wide variety of play styles, and you're going to see all these different teams come through and play certain things. And the reason that CLG has been so successful is because they're able to take fights, but they're also able to play center zone. So I agree exactly what Ziki's saying, but at the same time, you have to make sure that every fight that you take is an extremely smart fight, and you have to be aware of exactly what's going on all around you, because these teams are going to collapse on you immediately. Another team that's been pretty impressive that we didn't talk about is Team Pop Tarts there in the bottom left. Farmer Lucas, again, really improved, probably one of the most improved players from season 1 to season 2. They've been getting some dubs here and back and forth. But after talking to Ziki, I do want to watch a little bit more of Third Impact, and I also want to see how Flashpoint's going to play, because they've kind of been a little bit slower compared to what they were in season 1.
Yeah, they haven't been able to find the same kind of, I guess, consistency. But one of the issues there is that, their roster hasn't been consistent. Always swapping out a player is just very unfortunate. That's kind of what happens, right? When you're playing as a free agent team, essentially, at this point, not having that consistent roster, you will not have the same kinds of placements. We'll see if they can bounce back, though. We do have, of course, all of our pro teams, or teams that are joining us for this night. And we do have a lot of EMEA representatives right now. Of course, we've got Navi 303. Unfortunately, it's what is it? GYD now, no longer Cooler. That organization, I guess, just is done. And then Los Corritos and Alliance joining us. And so this is one of the few times where we get to see the kind of cross-regional play as well.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to see the different play styles again that people are bringing to the table. I want to see how Team Rice Krispie Treats does because Casper's been fitting in pretty good with Bird and Stunny, and Bird's been kind of swapping back and forth between certain legends and whatnot. But I think that he's probably one of the stronger Gibraltars too. We'll see what Rakinishu decides that he wants to bring to the table, and also I want to see how Team Razor does because we know what these static drops are going to be like compared to the open day where it's a little bit different. And then when we have this pro day, everybody basically knows where everyone's going to drop. So you're going to see a lot of respect for these teams. We're going to have 50-50s, probably in a couple of different spots, about 2 different spots overall. And they're going to continue to do that over and over again. And then we do know how Sentinels pops off early. They drop over towards Sorting Factory. We'll see if they get contested. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But for the most part, they've been one of the teams that runs really hot and then gets cold too. So I want to see them play really, really well because they're probably one of my most exciting teams to watch.
Yeah, I think everyone is always looking forward to what the Sentinels can do. And I mean, you're right. Last week, that was kind of the case. Some big games for them and then just kind of falling off there. But this is one of those stacked lobbies where you have to be playing basically your best game or you're not going to have a chance. So right now, we are getting game number 1 set up for the evening. And when we're talking about, of course, like the static drops, I mean, our pro teams, right? When we look at Liquid, when we look at CLG, they've established themselves for over a year now for a lot of these teams that this is our spot, this is where we drop, and that does mean that does displace some of our squads. So Team Razor, again, putting they are challenged through that regard, having to deal with 2 really strong squads dropping in their spot.
Yeah, and without TSM in the lobby too, I don't see them in here. This is going to be, a little bit different for what's going on over towards the fragment side of things because there's been some contention over there. That's always one of the most popular spots. That's why they take that spot is because it's so dominating in terms of being center position, getting a beacon basically at 90% of the time, and then being able to rotate extremely fast. So there's a lot of moving parts here. Alliance is another team that we haven't really touched base on that much. Hockey's extremely talented. These guys are one of the best teams and most consistent. I think that overall, even though in the last 6 12 months, even the last year or so, Alliance has been placing what they used to, but they're still the number 1 most placing team overall for EMEA region. So definitely deserve a lot of respect. They're very similar to what I guess the EU mentality is to take fights on the outside and then make your way in, get a lot of kills. And again, it's because everyone's really confident in their team fighting. And this is a great opportunity to kind of test your skills and maybe try to just, get in certain teams' heads and be like you were talking about, Jamerson, hey, we land here, don't come over here. Or, hey, this is where we rotate, don't come over here. It's going to be a lot of fun to see what happens.
Yeah. So with all that, of course, now we're still waiting for game number 1 to get set. And once we do, we will get into the game. But yeah, I mean, this is the difficulty about Apex Legends being consistent, right? I mean, TSM started it all off. They had the 6 championships in a row. Then they, while they have gotten a win, but it wasn't as common as it was before. But they were still placing high, and that's what we're talking about overall: consistency in placing and still getting really high throughout all of that. And so, yeah. But when you have the level of competition that we do have in Apex Legends, so many players, and it's always just about who shows up on that day. It's who's playing on and firing on all cylinders at that point. So yeah, still waiting for game number 1 at this point. But let's talk about our partner squads, by the way. So right now, who are you looking to actually perform well today during the pro night?
Well, there's a lot of different teams that we haven't talked about. So I kind of want to touch base on those first. Team Intel is a team we haven't really discussed that much. 6 Panders Metro. I think that Panders is really becoming one of the more stronger slayers that we have. 6 has always been one of the strongest slayers, and Metro is a great support player and a slayer too. So they've been one of those teams that have slowly been on the incline. And I think that if they can kind of get over some of their humps and establish a little bit more teamwork and trust and understanding, they're going to do a lot better. So in terms of what I think I'm expecting from these guys, I expect these guys to continue to go into season 3 for SeriesE. I'm not sure exactly where they stand in the cumulative points, but I definitely think that they're probably sitting around the bubble area.
All right, and they have about 6 more weeks to go to really rack up those points. So we're almost at that halfway mark right now, joining on board with Team Intel. Looks like they're not, they are going for their tree drop, I believe, or are they trying to go further than that? maybe swap around over down towards the launch site, and we'll find out in just a moment. But yeah, this is a squad that we had high expectations for. Haven't met them quite yet, but we know of their capabilities. We know what they can do. But joining on board with Team Pringles, we got our first fight over here by staging. Presley's taking a lot of damage. Remember, Team Pringles were the team that won it out last night. Had 3 or 4 good games in a row. This time around, Fury, he's the one that's pushing up. He's got the flatline, the Mozambique. Not quite what you want at this distance, as he will try and push forward onto this player. Does get it. It's going to be Stunny. So our Rice Krispie Treats in the area, already down 1.
What a great play from Fury. The Mozambique with the blue. I didn't think he was going to get aggressive right there. The player finds the armor, but the fact that Presley stays alive with just a little bit of health is absolutely huge right here. And he's able to find a couple of syringes here. I'm really curious to see what everybody else's armors are on the side of Rice Krispies, because you can see Pringles is in a dire situation right now. They have absolutely nothing. There's another fight happening over towards the side. That's going to be Dracos going down. Stomp's hitting the finish over here. On top of the sniper post, he will be able to get a little armor swap off that too. That's absolutely huge. Maybe he's going to be able to cover his boy Impulse here and get the res coming up very shortly, as long as Farmer Lucas, who we were talking about, is able to finish this one off. And there it is. That's going to be Nestle Pure Life falling on the overlook side. Let's go look at this zone and see exactly where this one's going to pull. We can, even because the fighting continues over here. That's going to be Stunny as the last one alive. We'll see if Rice Krispie Treats can get out of this one. That's going to be Fury and Phony coming in with the finish. Just the R9 in the hands, and that's it. All 3 players staying alive for Pringles. Like you were talking about, Jamerson, they are looking strong, and they prove it right there against Rice Krispies.
Yeah, they finish out this fight with 1:34 seconds left to go before the zone starts closing up. You might have teams starting to rotate now and start moving down here, so you got to be careful of that lava fissure rotate. As you can see, just on the edge of their map, the ring is there, so this one could be going down, possibly over to Dome, maybe Lava City. We'll find out in just a moment when we do get a chance to take a look at the map. But currently, Team Pringles, their armor situation isn't looking great, and this one actually pulls down over towards Dome, and so you're seeing a lot of teams starting to make their move on over. You got Metro and Intel already over there.
Sentinels is ballooning right now. Yep.
Yeah, and it looks like there's an opportunity possibly that all 3 teams actually make it to Dome at the same time.
I think they will. We'll see what happens. Sentinels is going to be down to fight that, because they understand how early, as we see Senpai going down right there. Los Credos making a interesting play here with Knightsy on the crypto as they make the rotation over towards this choke area. The longbow R9 combination, interesting from them, but I really want to know what happens with these rotations down over towards the Dome side too, because Sentinels is going to end up being fairly interested in fighting this one. Nasky, Yuki, and Dell, though, they're already fighting over here towards the Geyser side. They get the knock right there. That's going to be Paradise going down and finish. This is 303 in the area, and there's a nice thermite onto the door, but Sturdell may have to queue out. That's exactly what he does. Going to make his way back into the Dome, heal up, and then reset. Looks like a third-party score.
Yeah, and we're already able to get that one knock. They should just be able to secure that for now. Nasky almost got the knock there, but the bubble was put down. He's not going to push in 1v2 quite yet. He's waiting as the slide comes out. He was able to get the bat off on the other side. Nasky evolving his Evo up. Yuki having some difficulty with that Mastiff. With that Eva 8, Nasky will be able to put a stop to 303. We're already down to 17 squads with 50 players remaining. Team Cheez-It have been able to find their way into the Dome. We got Team Intel getting scanned on the other side as well. It looks like it just might be the 3 teams, Sentinels, Cheez-It, and Intel, coexisting here over at Dome.
Interesting portal here from Joey Blackout. I'm wondering what they're actually trying to set up for. Looks like they want to go into the back over towards the blue trailer, which I'm not sure what this rotation could be. Maybe this is where they're prioritizing. They think it's going to pull back here, and they know exactly where this ending is going to be. But I really like their position inside Dome, and if it is going to pull Dome, typically it doesn't go back here, but maybe they know something that we don't. That's why they're, playing the game and we're talking about it, but they are making a very hard rotation out of there.
In a different lifetime, we've seen the ring pulled down here, but not for this particular one. So maybe they're hoping that it hard pulls down here. They just don't want to try and fight for the buildings. There's also an opportunity if they need to play for the mini dome. We've seen that circle come up a few times, and it looks like that is where they're actually headed for right now. And so that should be relatively free. Not a lot of teams take that spot early on.
I think that inside this area is probably where it's going to continue to pull, like you were talking about. But we'll see. There's two teams coexisting over there. They are very aggressive teams. So I think the passive play to maybe back off, maybe they fight for it, and then you come around as Gold Black Pack is going to go on over to Duplex. That's going to be fairly important on the Gibraltar for Team Applejacks here. Again, one of the teams that we were talking about, very new and improved squad from season 1. I definitely think Aves has been really impressive, not only as Wraith, but here now playing Octane, and we're seeing a lot less Wraiths, more Octanes, more jump pads, a lot more crazy plays, and it's pretty fun to watch, honestly. Like, we have a lot of different compositions. I'd say less Caustic is pretty interesting, less Watson is interesting, and that's why we see so many fights and so many teams going for kill points now instead of placements.
Yeah, it's a very dynamic play style coming out from the Octane. While he might not have the same kind of escape, we know that there are limitations to the escape that the Wraith has now. Just the long channel time just before you even get into the Void, where you are extremely vulnerable. And Octane, he just hits that Q, and he's got massive speed boost. But yeah, Los Corritos are eyeing up a position as they are wrapping their way into Dome now. They were holding the north side of the eggshell, but have decided to go in. On board with CLG, who are making their rotation through, coming down from Skyhook. They have made their way to the Frag West connector, down to the Harvester now. And surprisingly enough, there's actually a team there. Lou almost get caught out. Throws on the bubble with only about 20 HP left with a defensive bombardment as well, but he is being corralled in, not only his own, but one more. And Madness is going to save him with that portal, allow him to get back. And they should be able to buy time to heal up for now, but it looks like it's going to be a full retreat into the train tunnel as Madness is starting to back up with his squad.
Yeah, Madness, the homeboy, coming through with the portal, saving Lou right there. That was a really, really heads-up portal. You don't even have time to discuss that. That's just a heads-up Wraith play coming in. And we were talking about Octane right before. That's something that Octane doesn't offer right there. The situation was Luke took so much damage, and without big meds, without a Phoenix kit, anything like that, he was absolutely doomed, because you see the enemy Gibraltar, they backed away from his defensive bombardment, and then they timed it so they would throw it when the time that bubble just went away and dissipated. So really nice timing by the other team, but also really heads-up play coming in from Madness. And did they spot someone over towards the side? It looks like they did. And when you see that mini dome that you're talking about, Jamerson, it could continue to pull over that way, and maybe that's why Team Cheez-It was electing to avoid dome and kind of take this outside area.
Yeah, there's still a lot of variables in the air for now, but Los Corritos are going to hold their position inside the dome proper. It looks like they're building. One side of it will be in for the next zone as well, but it looks like multiple squads are trying to make their way in right now. As you can see on the east side, we have another squad that took up the position that Los Corritos were in just beforehand. And so they have to keep an eye on this spot. Hyarka hasn't had an opportunity to try even upgrade his shield quite yet.
And that's going to be huge. You have to try to at least have a purple in these end zones. This is going to be an absolute bloodbath. Everybody can coexist, at least two teams in each building on a side, depending on how they want to play it. Teams will play on the outside, teams will play underneath, on the roof, on top of these yellow containers over here. And now you see a late rotation outside of the zone and the eggshell coming in from Nasky, Yuki, and Dell, but they are meeting some resistance. Possibly Team Cheez-It over towards the side. And this is what we're talking about. This is where things start to get really interesting. Our first team trying to make their way in, and this is going to be one of these teams just doing exactly what we talked about, sitting on the outside, playing the roof, playing underneath the building. And if all other teams decide to do this, we're going to go down to 10 squads.
Oh, Nasky almost goes down to that charge rifle, is able to get that bat off though, but still needs to heal up his health, and 90s will be able to finish him off. So that's going to be Nasky, Yuki, and Dell losing out on one. Yuki taking the top of the tank. Nasky not able to join him, unfortunately, there. And they do get him behind some cover at the very least, and that is the strength of the gravity lift. It's not quite, of course, the Wraith portal, but oh my goodness, Max Strafe getting the knock onto Dell. He's just on the other side of this portal. GYD are just going to be down to a duo now. It's all up to Nasky. Excuse me, it's all up to Yuki to try and keep this one alive for the squad. We haven't even hit the top 15 yet. On the kill feed, we also saw, I believe, Team Liquid facing off against CLG, so they might have caught them out on the rotate. Pop-Tarts facing off against Flashpoint as well, as Finicky gets a knock onto Impulse now. This fight is taking place over at Sorting Factory. Impulse getting rezzed up by Stomps, and Lucas is even able to get this bat off before he gets peeked on over. It's only for 221s here. Has to pop into that Q, and you can see that vulnerable time as you're channeling that Q. Stomps is going to back away. was considering throwing down that defensive bombardment, but looks like they bought enough time. They don't need it quite yet, but the crossfire is here. Third party's coming in as well. They don't have any idea for it. Impulse needs to have a huge scan here for his squad, but it looks like Pop-Tarts have made the right call. Back up off of this fight. The third party is too close. They need to get away, but they haven't gotten far enough. Hakulo is here, and he gets the knock onto Impulse. And now Lucas is left to queue out by himself. We'll see if Stomps can join him. Looks like he's got enough coverage here. And Pop-Tart should be able to survive as a duo, but no, it's going to be the full send coming up from Razor now. And the bubble has been used. There's the defensive bombardment as well. They push right into it. Hits for the 48, almost cracks the armor. There we go, forces him out, and Pop-Tarts are out.
That's exactly how you do it there for Zeratrick. He's going to throw a bubble, and then he's going to take over the enemy bubble while the defensive bombardment comes down. Albrelli, a little too fast for his own good. They're going to miss that jump pad and get right back into it over here. There's the bubble perfectly at the door, too. Let's see if they end up taking this. And they do. Nice thermite there coming in from Odsic, but he's inside of so much damage. Different nades coming through. That's going to be Team Pringles. Presley comes through, but they get finished fairly quickly. Alvarelli with a huge thermite. And Odsic realized how much damage they did, but the third party is there coming over towards the side. And I don't think Team Liquid's going to be able to get out of this one. This is Team Alliance coming through. This is typically when the action starts to happen, around zone 3 or 4 after the 50-50s initially. And that's unfortunate for Team Liquid. They're going to be taken out.
Yeah, Alliance will be able to clean that one up. Applejacks lending over a helping hand as Aves picks up that last kill onto Albrelli. Luckily for them, they did at least hit top 15 with some kills as well. The Team Razor now still over here at Sorting Factory on the chase. Hakulo doesn't know there's someone behind him. It was the bait and switch. He's able to get into his queue fast enough, though, and it's the rest of Flashpoint. Finicky getting the knock onto Zeratricky as Hakulo is still trying to heal up. Here's Muffins, though, left on his own now. With the bat off, though, Hakulo can join him for this fight, but it looks like the full spray going into the back of that one player as Finicky gets the thirst onto Zeratricky. Good flick to the back, but now Muffins has to push into the caustic gas here to get the armor swap off down to a blue. But the scan, will he be able to get Finicky on it? No, CLG picks this one up. The third party's already here. Team Razor are damaged, and CLG are looking to clean this up. Hyarka gets the knock onto Retzi. The Los Carritos got the 2v3 advantage, but they are pinned inside this building for the time being as Crust is trying to make his way on in. Has to be careful of his own defensive bombardment, not get hit by that, but we'll see if Sinox can join him, and he's taking so much damage. Crust will go down. Los Carritos survive for the time being. Now they're just left in a 1v3 versus Sentinels. Na'Vi coming in for the third party. As you can see, Los Carritos are full health, and Na'Vi just backing away off of this one.
Really nice plays from a lot of different teams, especially our EMEA teams who are staying alive right here. Max Strafe busting out the only Pathfinder right now in the lobby, so shout out to him as CLG is going to go down. It looks like Team Razor is getting involved. Hakulo with the knock. His R301's been on point ever since he left Sorting Factory over there on the rotation, but that's going to be the EMP possibly coming in from Los Carritos. Not quite sure if Na'Vi is going to continue to want to push this one, but they have to make their way up this hill into the zone. And this is like we were talking about, round number 3, round number 4, especially with all these teams inside the dome area, gatekeeping, are going to make things extremely interesting. Looks like Ron's stuck over towards the side as Los Carritos is down one player. 2-on-2 situation right here is Max Strafe currently down, but Ron's shots are on point right now. Not until the third party possibly coming through here too. It is only one more player. It's Hyarka, it's the bubble, and it's the heals coming through. But this is what happens. It's just a grief over towards the side. There's going to be teams just waiting to gatekeep here as this zone's going to close.
Yeah, and Los Carritos do get cleaned up as Na'Vi. Doesn't look like they'll be able to recover Nash or Strafe. It's going to be Ron by himself. Senox is still alive, by the way, throughout all of this. So even though Sentinels are bruised, even though GYD are also damaged, they are not out of this quite yet. Joining on board with Third Impact, as they have been riding the edge. They're still over here, down by launch site on the north side of this zone. The ring will pull straight on down, and it looks like it will be going over towards that mini dome or the area in between dome and launch site. And that might be why we had Team Cheez-It take a position there early on. Balon's got that Kraber in hand. They could try to maybe a balloon for that as well, but it's kind of risky. There is a drop right there for Ziki to pick up as well, and so they'll bide their time for now.
See if he goes for the flying up the rope Kraber shot. The delay on that is so hard. It's almost impossible to hit, but still 10 shots, I believe, left in that one. That should be pretty fine here for Malanji. 1 minute and 20 seconds to rotate as well. We should see where the rest of these teams are and who's in and see if Cheez-It is. They are. So Team Cheez-It with their late rotation or their early rotation over towards the backhand side of the zone is paying off. You can see right now Joey Blackout owns this rock, and this is where they're going to play. They're just going to continue to hold this edge and just watch their back over towards this dome side. So really heads up play and good zone recognition coming here from Team Cheez-It.
Yeah. When you play this center-oriented, though, of course, you're kind of starved for kills, but you're hoping in the late game, when there's only about 3 or 4 teams left, you pick up all of those kills and make up the points. And so we'll see if Team Cheez-It can activate themselves for now. It looks like they have been kind of saving on their ammo as well. You saw, I believe Prodigy Aces still had about 200 some odd ammo left in his flatline right now. Balon gets the kill on to Yuki with that Kraber, and GYD are out. We're down to our top 6. I believe Senox might still be alive for the Sentinels here to try and survive throughout all of this. Balon got his sights trained, hits for the body, 145. Zicky's going to be there for the follow-up to try and get the knock. But it looks like that player might have been able to sneak his way on in. Prodigy Aces does finish off Senox, though, and so that is Sentinels out. And so right now we got 4 full squads along with a duo playing it out here in the late game.
It's going to have to be a very, very late rotation coming in from third impact, and it's going to have to be a bubble on the edge of the zone here. And basically hoping that nobody else comes over towards the side to try to grief you. So that's why they're sitting here holding over towards this angle, because they want to be the last team to rotate in, and they have to push these players off their back. So they're trying to figure out which way they want to go through. It'd be better to rotate extremely late right now. They're going a little bit early because if they throw their bubble down, it's not going to be as useful. So we'll see how they want to do this one. It looks like it's going to be a portal play coming in for Zicky. It's going to be a portal plus the bubble once they go through it as well. So we'll keep tabs on them, see if they're able to make it out. There's Team Intel. Talking about them before the game, even were on board with them as they dropped over towards Tree. They're going to finish off Pickett and Crummy from Team Rockstar, and they have a decent amount of the zone to work with.
Oh, Team Cheez is trying to get aggressive here. They're going to go ahead and throw in that black hole. Here comes the nade spam, but it looks like most of Intel were able to get out. 2-man slide as Prodigy Aces holds the line, and he will be able to help Cheez win this one out, barring a miracle. Panders gets the knock onto Rakanishu. We've been talking about Panders' absolute slayer going for the melee, but the armor swap is there from him as Prodigy Aces did get thirsted up, and there it is. Joey Blackout finishes this one off. We'll get Rakanishu back up on his feet. We're now down to our top 3 squads. But Team Cheez-It, they are damaged. They are going to be playing this one out as a duo unless they find a mobile respawn beacon.
And through all that, third impact was able to rotate, but is Team Applejack's there with the answer? Ziki, Balon, they're going to go down. So let's see if they do have the respawn beacon being played while this fight does take place. And if it is, that's going to be huge for them. Otherwise, Applejack should be able to finish this one off. They're looking extremely healthy. They have the numbers advantage, and it is going to be a 2-on-3 here as third impact does get finished off. So we'll see what happens as Team Applejack's in a prime position to take this one against Team Cheez-It.
Yeah, they're playing the north side here, just outside the mini dome as well. Duplex does need to heal up. Rakanishu and Joey Blackout, the 2-man squad right now, facing off against Applejacks, but they're getting aggressive. They're going to use that jump pad and do a lot of initial damage. Nothing traded back as well, and Rolders will actually just take the damage and back away up off this one. Aves finds one on the eastern edge as well, but right now Applejacks are looking to just put a bow on things. Aves already has 4 kills to his name as well. This will be a solid win in their books. Duplex on top. It's a nice angle on this man as he just dropped down. It's a 2-for-1 trade as they take out Joey Blackout, and it's all up to Rakanishu left in a 1v3, and it's not going to be enough. Applejacks take the win here in game number 1.
So a lot of the teams that we talked about during the pregame, Team Applejacks was there, Team Intel was there. You know, Pringles got taken out early. We were hyping them up, but Team Cheez-It was one of these teams, and we always were talking about Team Razor and all these other squads that were dominating. Team Rockstar was another team that we were always talking about and highlighting, but now we're in season 2, and there's a lot of really great squads that have stepped up. Again, Applejacks, Cheez-It, still just game number 1, still a lot of games to be played, and I'm not taking away from anything from the other partner teams, but you got to give credit to these teams that got relegated and came through with new rosters, and they're doing a great job so far.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 of the evening right after this.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it.
They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
All right, folks, welcome back to the Esports Arena Orange County studio. One game in the books there, and it was Cheez-Its and Apple Jacks in the final circle. Certainly was very exciting to watch here in the studio. Hope you all enjoyed it at home. But Team Apple Jacks able to take the victory there. They've been looking really strong this week and last, largely led by the fragging power of its Aves. He is one of our top 3 fraggers right now, so looking for that to continue tonight. We'll see if they can keep it rolling, grab another dub or 2. Meanwhile, Cheez-Its loving that kind of start to the night. There's a ton of top squads here to compete with, but they've got to be feeling pretty good getting into the top 2 to start the day. Let's check out our post-game stats for the first game of the day. Remember, we've got 5 more to go. And obviously, as I mentioned, it's Aves. IGL there for Team Applejacks leading the way and looking really strong, but Team Razor showing up a little bit. It's been a rough start to the season for them. One of our favorites coming in after their Season 1 title, but Mr. Hacula with 5 kills, taking the kill lead for Game 1. They're going to hope that can continue throughout the day, see if they can try and clamor for that top spot. But Duplex here with the damage lead, over 2,300 for him, helping Aves and the rest of the Applejacks to take that top spot in Game 1. We'll see if that can continue, if Cheez-Its can unseat them, or one of these other pro squads could grab the top spot. Game 2 will be here when we return.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
All right, welcome back, guys, to SeriesE. We just had an explosive finish there at the end of game number 1 where Applejacks were able to take out the win. And so let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see where we all stand. Team Applejacks were able to get 8 kills on the board, so that's going to be 20 points overall for them. Team Cheez-It were able to get 5 at the end of the last game, ended up with 14 points overall, and Impact are in 3rd place right now with 9 points, but Intel and GYD are right behind them as well.
No one really taken off with this one quite yet. Obviously, still 5 more games to go, but it's always nice when you have your partner teams here on the Pro Day coming through swinging. So we'll see if Team Pringles can pick it up yesterday after their win during the open day, or if it's going to be somebody else like Team Applejacks, Team Cheez-It, Team Intel. Razor came through again, looking really strong. Hacula was playing great, especially with his tracking. I mean, Team Razor's always been amazing with their shots and decision-making, and you could see the heads-up play from Muffins. He did a lot of great aggressive plays that showed that he's definitely on point in terms of his communication too. So we'll get game number 2 here underway, but still, as long as no one's really taken off with this one after game number 1, we're going to have a very entertaining day.
Yeah, you can see no one really dominating that lobby. Let's take a look at the Mobile 1 high-performance moment of game number 1. And it is just Team Cheez-It sending it on this squad. It looked like this was really their only opportunity to find some additional kills here, pushing on to Team Intel. They got the first 2 initial knocks, but in the 1v2, Panders did some work here as ultimately he was able to secure a thirst, I believe, onto Prodigy Aces, forcing Team Cheez-It to play out that final fight in a 2v3.
I would have loved to see Joey Blackout clamber onto the rock right there to take the angle and finish this player a little bit faster. And I think if he did that, they would have been able to survive and have this 3v3 opportunity to see if they could have won the game. But either way, just even getting second place is still pretty solid. It would have been probably 4 times more fun to watch if it was a straight up 3v3 though. And that type of situation, you saw Rakanishi even stands still at the end. He's like, all right, guys, you're flying through the air. You have the high ground. It's 3 versus 1. I have no shields. All right, I'll just stand still for a second.
Yeah, really weird disconnected fight, but yeah, ultimately Team Cheez-It, they knew they had to get some extra kill points as well, right? It wasn't just about getting the W there. They really didn't do much throughout the early and the mid game for game number 1. And so they had to get a little bit more aggressive there once it came down to 4 teams. They did calculate it right. If they take this fight up against Intel, you're going to have Applejacks and Third Impact fighting as well. And so the third party shouldn't happen. So it was the safest way for them really to try and take that fight. But overall, they should be happy with that, ending up with 14 points overall, only 6 points behind Team Applejacks. And with 5 games left to go, plenty of time to make up those 6 points as well. And so right now we're just waiting for game number 2 to get set up, and then we will be joining them on board. But again, we were talking about right now, of course, a lot of the squads starting to find the different ways to play as well. Not just always fighting on the edge, but also being able to play inside, basically playing for the late game in the center zone, Tom.
Yeah, and there was a lot of fighting going on, but there was also a lot of rotations happening too. So it was pretty fun to watch. And I think that we're going to see it based on where the zone is. Zone is one of those areas where you saw a team like Third Impact did a great job be on the outside late rotation coming in and surviving. And then you saw them do that portal play to get even further. We didn't get a chance to look at that whole rotation, but that was a very, very impressive play because what we did get is all the other teams dying around them. So if all the other teams died around them and they came from the same area, imagine how sneaky Third Impact was playing that in order to pick and choose how they were going to go and survive throughout all of that. So, based on where it is going to be, there's a lot of teams that are going to just line up a firing squad on you. And that's why you saw, I think it was like 13, 12 squads, and it dropped down to 7 right around zone 4 or 5. And that's just is how brutal it is. So we saw a couple of rats here and there. I think we had 2 rats, but there were 7 teams. And that's because everybody was at Dome looking at these teams that have basically no cover running towards them.
Yeah, and for that Third Impact rotate, I mean, specifically, when we get down to those circles, when it comes down to Dome, there's just so much open area that you have to run across that. Traversing that is in itself, and surviving, traversing and surviving, by the way, in itself, a very impressive feat, to say the least. So Third Impact currently in 3rd place with that. And one thing I think we have to also note is that they were at one point considering taking the inside location of Dome, but ported out from there, and it looked like it was a wise decision. We had a lot of fighting taking place right there. Intel, along with, of course, Cheez-It ended up fighting there, but Intel ended up taking out one more team just before that. But here we go, headed into game number 2 of the evening. We are joining on board with Team Applejacks, and we have a fairly even drop ship here. It's going basically down the center of the map, but horizontally, or excuse me, diagonally. And so they will be able to get the tree. They are going to be the last stop on this ride, though. So they'll be a little bit later than most other squads, but Team Applejacks, they are seasoned enough. They know how to deal with that.
I'm surprised they don't know about the glitch where if you fly into the big laser in the middle of Harvester, you get gold armor immediately. So if you guys are new to Apex Legends, make sure that you fly into the laser and get new gold armor fresh off the block. So Team Applejacks is going to be splitting up big time over here. And was that hammer points that I saw? That'd be pretty fun to watch if Rolders is going to use that one. And you can see also and learn a little bit about how to split up and get the loot over here, and how the Bloodhound and the scan characters are always going to frequent towards where that beacon building is going to be. But here's the 50-50 that's taking place between, I believe it was Team Pringles and Rice Krispie Treats.
Yeah, and despite the drop, it looks like they're a little bit split as they're starting to back away. If they want to, they can just completely avoid this fight, go over towards Harvester. We do have a team inside Harvester right now. You can see Phony does have that split for himself, as yeah, we do have the ring. So we saw this yesterday. This is more than likely going to be a sorting factory ending. We'll find out in just a moment here. Joining on board with Team Cheez-It, who are, of course, looting up Lava City. 2 blue armors. We've got the 1 white for Joey Blackout currently. but there's the purple, and so they are already looking fantastic. Our number 2 team in the lobby currently.
Yeah, and they're going to continue to be able to get this for free, which is nice because Lava City's been one of the most contested areas in SeriesE for quite some time now. So it's been 50-50 Central. Now there's a little bit of a peace treaty over here. Team Cheez-It owning this spot, and they're going to be absolutely stacked on their rotation, which is going to probably be a balloon rotation, most likely into the toilet bowl area. And they're going to go from there depending on where the zone's going to be. But here's the fight as Rice Krispie Treats has 2 down already, and the finishes. They know they have the advantage in this fight. Pony last one alive. Maybe able to get a knock, but it's not going to last very long as they're going to get Sunny back into this one and call it 50-50 for a reason.
And they got the gold bag res as well, so Stunny is right back into the thick of things here, and they'll be able to improve their armors hopefully in just a moment. So that 50-50 going 1 for 1 now, as Rice Krispie Treats taking out Team Pringles, already down to 19 squads now, 57 players remaining, a minute left before the zone starts closing. The zone is fairly central, so a lot of teams know that they can take their time looting up this one right now, but Team Razor have already made their way into Frag West. They're at construction now, where they might actually have just dropped that Frag West, honestly. I don't really know what they do when it comes to the Pro Knights, spotting one out with that scan, and he's almost got that Beast the Hunt ready. This is going to be a difficult push if they try to make it. We'll have to open it up with a knock first from range, which can be difficult, but now Muffins is just going to hold the roof and wait for Zeratrick and Hakulo to get in position.
Those are some nice initial shots there coming in from Muffins. 200 away from being able to charge that one up, but this is a serious gatekeeping angle. All the teams that are going to try to rotate over here will meet Team Razor, but the question is how long does Team Razor want to wait over here? Yes, this pressure is pretty annoying, but the longer this fight happens, more teams are going to join the fray and more teams are going to be rotating in front of your face. And the whole point of going over towards Fragment is so you can get that fast rotation if the zone ends up coming your way. So now we see what the rest of these players are doing, and it looks like they have some pings going down. They're going to try to get aggressive, take some new angles.
Yeah, Zeratrick got to the low ground. He pushes up towards the bridge with Hakulo. Now it's a wide crossfire being set up, but you have the same idea from the other team as they're actually trying to reconnect here, catching them on that rotate, hitting for about 45. Joining on board with Team Liquid, though, down by countdown. Albert Laley has gone knocked. That's going to be Matt Pickett to pick that one up. Rummy gets the instant thirst as well. Team Liquid now fighting into a 2v3 versus Rockstar. They are holed up. This becomes so difficult for Team Liquid to try and take this fight. Hotek's going to back away while his Beast of the Hunt is going this entire time as well. He's getting chased down. Rockstar on top of him. Not actually connecting with the shots, but there we go. They've covered the ground. He should be going down soon, but great bubble coming out to keep him alive for now as Rockstar finally slow things down.
And interestingly enough, Pickett switched to Crypto, Tech over on Gibraltar, and the team compositions for Rockstar continue to change over and over again. I'm not sure how much that connected for, but either way, Tech is going to fully send this one. It looked like he had some purple armor that got ripped apart, and they should be able to find this player on the ground. And this is going to continue to be, unfortunately, Team Liquid. And Albrelli just went down so quickly. There was nothing that they could have done. That's a great insta-finish that came in from Crummy 2 originally, so there's not any type of information or callouts being exchange. So that's going to be 2/3 of Team Liquid down, and now probably going to see a Tomcat Rat Cam really soon unless they continue to full send.
Yeah, they're just picking up more and more loot as well. We've already got two gold armors, but here's Team Razor taking a fight. It's up against CLG. 1-for-1 exchange as Lou able to trade for Madness here in this 2v2. The scans coming out. Hakulo trying to find an angle here. Bubble has been used by CLG. Trying to go for the res, and they do. They get the fast res off. You can see now pushing the bubble a little bit too late. But Razor now Hakulo with the HP advantage, but he does get cracked and he will get taken out. CLG survived, and you need to start resetting now, Lou. But hey, he's gonna go ahead and get the res as well. Alliance have been in a fight for some time now with Na'Vi with 303, but it looks like Na'Vi are down to just a solo Vice, making short work of them with that flat line.
Applejack's interesting enough. I'm not sure if they're just avoiding the amount of players that are outside of Harvester right now, or if they think that it's going to continue to pull over there. because if they were to rotate, they would make their way over towards the snake. I'm just not quite sure if a team's actually over there. So we'll have to keep tabs on this zone and see exactly what everybody's thinking. But there's just so much fighting happening back and forth. This looks like the third party coming in from third impact onto CLG, with the damage is so strong right there onto Zaz, and Zicky is extremely split up, but they get the knock. It's going to be the Spitfire onto Madness. Now they have the advantage. Will Lou be there with the bubble? Like you're saying, they need to reset third impact in third place. Heard more shots. They full send this one. That syringe is going to be huge with the gold armor. And it looks like it's a 2-on-3 as it continues to be third impact, laying down the aggression. That's going to be the bubble to split these players up as well. So the angle's taken over towards the back. That's some nice damage coming in from Baxalon. But Balanji has the Mastiff, and now it's just a 1-on-3 over here as Lou's the last player alive.
Yeah, it looks like they were at least able to get that res, but I don't know how much he was able to heal throughout all of this, trying his best to fight through that bubble, but third impact will finish that one off. Here comes the third party from Rice Krispie Treats. Third impact didn't take too much damage. They've got the armor swaps as well to work with, as the defensive bombardment has been used. Here's the black hole keeping Bird in place. He's taking so much damage along with Stunny, and Rice Krispie Treats get the tables turned on them. Here's the bubble fast res though. We'll see if they do have that gold back, and they do, so they'll be able to get him right back up. And you don't know that on the other side. Rice Krispie Treats, though, haven't been able to fight back quite yet. Stunny finally gets a knock on to Zicky, but third impact survived for now, and here's an EMP. The fourth party coming in from Rockstar now, and Rockstar are definitely healthier than them. They've got him split up as well. Matt Pickett chasing one down, spotting him going over towards Khan as Tech gets the knock on to Balon G. Now they'll turn their sights to the rest of third impact.
I wonder if there's going to be another team after this, because that would be absolutely hilarious. One fight after another. Nice shots there coming from Tech with the Sentinel. I believe this is the last pair alive, so I wonder if they can find the player that's on the ground and finish him off for the kill. And man, Tech is not missing at all with this thing. And there's the gold backpack to boot. They are going to be one of the strongest, if not strongest teams in terms of loot on the rotation coming in. And they have so much time and so much area to work with. This was a very fast start. Typically, you don't see that many teams. Was that a player that was knocked right there?
Yep, hasn't spotted him quite yet. Do not put up your shield. Don't make any noise. Maybe he'll... No, he spotted you out. Okay. Tech. Oh, come on, that was a nice arc star. You could have used that arc star in the late game, but we'll see if that comes back to...
They're gonna lose because of that.
I mean, their loot is absolutely like smashing right now, though. We saw that they were able to get gold cargo bot after gold cargo bot. I imagine they probably were the team that did trials, maybe, because they ended up walking away with what, 2 gold armors out of Countdown, and that was before they took their fight up against Liquid as well. So they're just absolutely stacked. On board with Alliance, though, who themselves have been getting into a number of fights right now on the outskirts of Harvester. They have made their way into that western entrance, but Takis will hold outside for the time being. He's got the pad set up for himself as well, just maintaining control over this high ground for the time being.
Yep, and he's got the anvil flatline here, so he's got a decent long range with the 3x to lay down some poke. Pretty underrated to be able to find that thing, and it's going to offer a lot of different utilities. So it kind of works like the 30-30, but with a lot more ammo in that instance. So when you're playing Edge, you are definitely playing Edge. So we've seen this a million times coming in from a lot of these different pro teams where you don't want to push yourself in and make yourself again the sandwich. You have to just be the bread, sit on the outside, make sure that your back is clear. Then you can make your way through. And you can see Team Rockstar looking around for some more rats, possibly Tomcat Ratcam over here for the last player of third impact. If you just look over towards the right, he's so close. Oh,
yeah, it looks like 2 actually might be up. I don't know if another squad's pulling up here, but third impact, they know that a lot of teams could still be in the area. They have spotted 1, trying to use that head glitch here, camping the banner the entire time as well, and so that should be expiring very shortly. Crummy tried to push up, and it looks like it wasn't a rat, it was a full squad to try to take this position here. You got to be careful, disconnected from them at this point. Rockstar can try to get aggressive, might have another EMP ready at this point, and it is going to be GYD on the other side of this fight, as Crummy is forced back along with Tech, and GYD want these kills. They can try to gatekeep them and force them at this point to just continue and commit to this side. If they want to try and make the retreat through that train tunnel, they better have a lot of heals.
this is really bad. They should have been doing this play a really long time ago. they need to formulate a plan. There should be an EMP with a defensive bombardment and a portal being used here in order to push through. Otherwise, you have to rotate all the way through train. Yeah, and that's going to be end up what they're doing. So they feel that this team's a little bit too strong, a little bit too aware, and Nasayuki Del going to just let them go back on over through the train side. But that is really big because you could see the priority of this choke area. If they fought and win for this area, they are going to be absolutely booming. But instead, they're going to be running around, healing up, and trying to find the next area to go through. So I do like that play, but there could have been a rotation over towards the side.
Yeah, so it looks like the circle is going to be ending up here on the northeast side of Harvester by that snake. And so GYD are more than happy to hold this angle for as long as they need to. This should be a fairly easy zone for them to hold for the time being. But they are, of course, making sure that their back is clear. They don't have the Bloodhound scan, so they only have visual confirmation. But down here, it looks like Alliance are ready to make another push, and they just found the rat. It's going to be Nocturnal to go down. And so Liquid are out. We're down to 13 squads, full squads as well, with 36 players remaining here, and they're able to make the fast retreat back to their safe position. Hawkus is going to go back and take that high ground once again, but there's already another squad there. He's already been cracked, and he will be able to get to the low. We'll see if this team chases after him, finds this nice little pocket to survive, but not for long as Blight barely able to find that angle and take him out. Intel, though, in a fight on the south side of Harvester. They've taken out Max Strafey. Rons goes out next. There's only one left here for Na'Vi, as Team Intel will be able to take this team fight win. 6 ultimately getting cracked here, but he's all right with that. It was the third party that might get the last member there, but it looks like it was Rockstar making the rotation through. They came from train. Remember, we're forced back by GYD, getting, I believe it was Hawkus.
And then you get rewarded for this rotation, and it could have been much worse. If this action didn't happen, they could have been getting gate capped over towards the side, but because of the fact that Hockey's created this whole domino and butterfly effect, now they're able to come through and just scoop things up. So it's, you know, a very safe play. Don't get me wrong, and sometimes it's just better to play safe in these type of instances because you want to let other teams make mistakes. And Hockey's overextending just a little bit too much away from his team was a slight mistake, and then created a huge opportunity for Team Rockstar over here as they've gone back to the original 2 golds. And Crummy, I'm surprised these guys don't have a red armor yet.
Yeah, but the golds did prove themselves valuable there because they made that rotation through the storm, able to just heal up with the syringes, be a little bit more economical with their heals. And now, even though they had a team in their sights, they're going to continue to rotate through. You have 2 holding on the Northwest Snake for now. As you can see, Matt Pickett on that drone trying to spot out any rats, but it looks like they've got the all clear here on this side of the zone.
Yeah, Pickett's really doing his research here. I don't think anyone's going to actually be in the zone as this one's coming through. Double check over there just in case. And then one of the popular spots for
teams as a crypto, so
it is. Yeah, it really is. He's actually Thuman right now as he finally spots out a couple of players high over towards the side and puts that drone down. So a lot of good information on where players weren't, and that's sometimes one of the valuable things of the drone. So you can find out, one, where rats are, but also where you can go and make your rotation based on what type of free area there is. So now Team Cheez-It still in this one after their second place performance in game number 2. Keep in mind, Applejacks won game number 1. It pulled over towards the dome side, and now we see that this one is going a little bit further away from Sorting Factory than these teams were expecting. So Team Cheez-It going to have to fight for this train tunnel.
Yeah, it's going over towards the connector area, just on the east side of Harvester there, and they've got the pins down. They need to beat that team to it. Although the train tunnel can play from inside that train tunnel if they want, but they're almost committing to that for the time being. Rakanishi trying to go for some poke with that triple take. He's 550 damage away. And it looks like Prodigy Aces, instead of trying to cut them off on the rotate, they want to secure this team fight win. Unfortunate with that black hole hitting the sign. Prodigy Aces has to call it on that fight. Joey Blackout is low as well, and we'll see this squad is not even pushing out despite the damage they have done. Now it's going to be the trade battles once again.
That's a bad sign right there for Team Cheez-It, because that was their one opportunity to go through and kind of infiltrate, and Prodigy Aces right there just needed to wait until he got a little bit higher And it's unless Rakinishu opens things up with a huge headshot here with the triple take, and then Joey Blackout continues to make his way up over towards the boxes while they don't get scanned, they're absolutely done for because they can't go over towards the side. They know that there's another team waiting for that. They'll also get third-partied. This is the safest fight that they can take, and the only way they can take it is if Joey Blackout advances.
You see the scans coming through, and it just was out of reach of that team that's in the connector, and it looks like they are going to commit. They do have the gravity lift being used. Great stick with that gravity lift. The Arcstar will be disjointed by that Wraith Q, though. Joey Blackout taking a lot of damage, but Prodigy Ace is right on the front line, gets that first knock. Joey Blackout would help out. His team Pop-Tarts on the other side. It's a 1v2, but Tees do not have the win quite yet, as they are low on HP. Prodigy Ace is with 40 now. You have the Wraith Q being used to get behind cover, and it looks like the third party is here. Third impact, actually. It's Jazz. That's the rat that comes in for the third party. He's now the kill leader.
What a job by Jazz right there. Lonely Fans looks like they're about to fall. Blight last person alive over towards where we saw Matt Pickett looking with his drone, and that is Team Rockstar coming through with the cleanups too. And I like this Q coming in from Crummy. He's going to relocate. Too much grenades, too many utility in front of him, just clouding up his vision there. So he's going to try to find some more safe haven closer to where his teammates are, and you can see they're holding the high ground here, and they also have a pretty easy rotate over towards this zone. But amazing spray right there. 153 coming in from Crummy, but he gets taken out as Aves is going to respond. Sentinel Mastiff here for Tech. This is not what you're looking for. He's trying to stay over towards the high ground. He does not have his bubble, so it's going to be 7 seconds away. That team does not get aggressive because of the initial damage coming through, and he's going to hit a gold bubbleless res.
Yeah, defensive bombardment came out from Tech there. Unfortunate, though, it's inside Harvesters, so maybe just the fear of it will put him to an end. Now, of course, in the train tunnel, no strangers to rats, and if you got a rat problem, you can deal with it with some Tomcat here, as Jazz is considering his options, and he does have his gravity lift, and he might be able to make it in safely. We'll see, though. I mean, he could just try and play it and commit to that side of the tunnel and see if he can survive. It looks like Rockstar were able to stabilize until Crummy goes down again. Aves is just absolutely disgusting right now with this Volt, instantly getting that thirst as well. And while Rockstar were able to run the lobby for a good portion of this game, now the tables have been turned. Aves making sure that he takes full storm damage. Tech will fall. Duplex picks that one up, and Applejacks now have secured a very strong spot here in this next circle.
Are you kidding me? From the low ground, they just take it away from Team Rockstar. Crummy with 2 overextensions. Aves punishing him twice with the Volt. Ridiculous shots. And then he even hits him with the 1-2 left and right to push the Tech back into the zone. Duplex finishes it off with the Mastiff. Like you said, Jamerson, they have great high ground here. On top of this, they have a little bit of the zone to work with. And you can see this little air conditioner cover that they have on top of the building. And that's going to be really useful for the amount of... What is Duplex doing?
Oh, he's getting beamed by GYD. That's what happened. But we have to remember that I believe Rockstar are still in this. They haven't finished them off. Here comes the EMP as well, forcing them to heal up. And throughout all of this, Team Applejacks never recovered the gold bag, I believe, that Rockstar had, unless they had 2. And so I don't think this is going to be a gold bag res onto Duplex. But it looks like because of the situation, because of that, it is the late game. GYD can't push this. They cannot come out of their position quite yet. They've got Flashpoint to their south. It's 5 squads, 12 players remaining. We know 1 rat. I don't know if he was actually able to make it through on the other side for third impact. So if we can take a look around, we know that Flashpoint's up. We have Applejacks here as well. We got GYD to the north. Who are the other 2 squads that are still remaining?
And a little slow play coming in here, and this is going to be a very, very long 2 minutes here for these Apex pros, because especially for Nasky, Yuki, and Dell, if any type of focus or utility comes over them, they're absolutely done for. The objective here is just to lay low key as much as possible. Very similar to what Matt Pickett's doing. He's just trying to gather as much information as possible. Drone gets destroyed. They will not have any type of information on where he's located unless a Bloodhound scan comes through. And speaking of that, well, there he is.
He's going to be forced out of his position as well with a full squad bearing down on top of him. Looks like Flashpoint started things off as Hyarka got a knock onto 2. That's going to be Applejacks losing out on 2 throughout all of this. So Flashpoint are happy to try and take this fight up against GYD right now. And it looks like the job was done. Tech has survived until top 4 at the very least. In this 3v3v3v1, he's still alive, and he's trying to buy as much time as possible. Here comes out the EMP, landing onto all of GYD. They've taken to the high ground here. They'll actually be able to use this angle to heal up. Nasky, he's up top with the R301. He's got the 3X on it, though, making it a little bit more difficult. Matt Pickett does finally get finished off. So now we're down to our top 3 squads, but one of them is playing it out as a duo throughout all of this.
I really like that grab lift play coming in from Yuki to take control of this rock. Nasky, Yuki, and Dell looking like they're in prime position to possibly win this 3 versus 3. Dell just needs to be careful, though. I believe this is Flashpoint sitting over towards the side. Look at that black hole just engulfing everybody. Yuki going nuts.
GYD are able to finish that one off, and it was really off the macro play. We saw them forcing Rockstar out of their side of the map, forcing that rotation all the way to the northwest, and they were able to use that in the end for the ultimate victory. It might have not been the most kills for them, but they ultimately got the plus 12, which is the most important part, Tom.
Yeah, that was really impressive right there. Again, the grab lift coming through, taking the high ground. Everybody staying disciplined and staying on top of the rock. Really heads up play for everybody on the team.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 3 of the evening after this.
Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything. Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack. Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen, and I didn't listen. Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Arena Orange County studio. Yeso, your host here after 2 games. And we see Nasky and the squad getting back on top. GYD with the victory there, and Nasky trying to make up for what was a bit of a rough night last night. They came in, he came in on Croissant Warriors. They took a huge early lead. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, they were at one point sitting 30 points ahead the rest of the pack, but the second half didn't go their way. Team Pringles was able to chase them down and take first place last night. So GYD looking to get a bit of revenge there. They grabbed the victory in game 2. We'll see if they can keep it rolling. Team Applejacks did make it late in that game, weren't able to finish the run for the back-to-back, but still grabbing some solid placement points there is certainly going to help them build on their lead from game 1. But let's check out our post-game stats after 2 here. Obviously, as I mentioned, Nasky leading GYD there. Yuki and Dell working along with Nasky, looking really strong there. Alliance, Vapes there. 6 kills in this second game. That's solid. We had a 10-kill game last night. Hoping we can see a little bit more of that here today, but we'll have to see how things continue. Those early games are certainly a lot slower on our pro nights with those set drops. We'll see if we maybe get a little more early game chaos as things continue. And then Flashpoint. The team took second place in our last one here. Oi Senpai over 1,800 damage there. Solid game for Flashpoint. Weren't able to finish it off, but we'll see if they can keep the runs going, keep snagging those placement points in our future games. We're going to head to a short break, but when we return, Jamerson and T-Squared bring you Game 3.
It's fruit freshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top fresh flavored splash. It's fruit freshing.
About time I got here. I'm never on time, I'm always late. Am I right, Sam? That's what I'm talking about. Tony T, what up, big boss? You know what to do.
Here I come, I am Cinnamon.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Don't take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's your snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
You want to zoom this in? I'm gonna do it. I don't know what I'm doing. The newest merch.
Yo, Bundy, where do you get this merch, dude? esportsarena.com/shop.
Looks sick, Bundy.
I know.
What's up, gamers? Funnykin's here.
Behind the scenes. Look at this. This is like a camera.
We're doing a photo shoot today.
Stand loose. You're a goofy guy.
Yeah. Look at that. That's cute. That's a wallpaper.
I don't see anybody else's esports org with this many sponsors. That's all I'm saying.
What? You don't like that?
Why are you laughing? Do like, I don't know, is there like a Fortnite character that you like that doesn't
Hey, God, use it up.
storyline?
It's the eye when it comes to production and photography.
Yeah, put the Nintendo Direct right there.
Area.
What's up? Look at this crew neck, Connie. Show me this crew neck. Look at the embroidery. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Connie, how do those feel on your legs?
I love them, dude. I could literally live in these.
Howdy, he said hi.
GameCube controller. Get out of here. What's this?
Phone and I just saw it.
Oh my god.
Like this thing right here. You get that on camera?
Watch your finger.
Yes.
Put the camera down. Can you guys put these cameras down and like actually help Kyle?
Buddy, here, you gonna take this. No, Brandon, keep vlogging.
Yeah, I don't know.
We got Tyler posing over here looking like a badass. We got Kyle doing some great shots where he pulls back and
3, 2, 1, go.
yeah.
You know, it's just a whole vibe, Connie. Gaming, dog. Gaming.
It's always taxi.
Where's your camera? In the box?
In the box. You think the elevator's working?
No.
No. It was really dangerous. That was some Final Destination.
Yes.
Show us the picture.
No.
What is all-
Hey guys, we're gonna...
Yeah, we did it. We made it. Right before the sun.
5:40.
That's a whole lot.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
I've got
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, welcome back, guys, to SeriesE. We had to take a little bit of a longer break there because we needed to reset our servers, but it looks like we have most of our teams back in. So let's go ahead and talk about game number 2. We had a Northeast Harvester ending there, and Team Applejacks were able to survive pretty far into it, so they will maintain their first place position. But Nasky, Yuki, and Dell, with that win, they are now 3 points below them in second place with 27.
Also got to give it credit to Jazaz on third impact for coming through and ratting it out and becoming the temporary kill leader, as he was able to pick up a couple more important points for third impact. So Team Applejacks and Nasky, Yuki, and Dell have a little bit more competition. Team Cheez It's still there after their second place performance in game number 1 as well. Rockstar and Pickett was able to rat it out just a little bit. They had some pretty solid plays over there going into the rotation into Harvester to begin with. So it was a pretty fun game overall. I think we got a lot of great stuff from our observers, picking up a lot of different action all over the place. It was pretty hard to follow because the amount of action that was actually happening all over the place. And then all of a sudden you see Nasky, Yuki, and Dell come through, hit the grab lift, get on top of the rock. And that was probably the big key moment there for Nasky, Yuki, and Dell.
Yeah, imagine what could have happened if it weren't for that unforced error coming out from Team Cheez It, if they could have gotten that full team fight engaged with the black hole. But let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 2. And this is it, the gravity lift allowing Nasky to stay on top. Yuki unfortunately falls down, but it's enough that Yuki is up here, making sure that this team cannot peak for free. And so the constant threat keeps them at bay. And it looks like Dell was able to join, or excuse me, Yuki was able to get back up. And so now they just hold the angle. They waited out. There's the duo stuck on the low. And once they come out, they pick up this kill. No, it's actually Kovsky that gets that one, surprisingly enough. But from here, they just close it out.
And it's key for Serdell to come here with the flank. But Yuki from the high ground, hitting him like Tom Brady over here. And then he throws double arc stars inside with Serdell and just rips Finicky apart and Senpai. And that's all she wrote for Nasky, Yuki, and Dell taking game number 2. And again, that high ground, that was really, really crucial. And for the fact that the grab lift stays down a little bit longer, even if you fall and you take different angles, you're able to get right back up. The spawn time on that, the I guess it would be, 22 seconds or something for the grab lift. That's not that bad compared to, say, like a grapple or anything else that would get you over towards the high ground. Maybe there was an Octane here that could have got into the fray, but you saw it was a caustic composition here coming in for Flashpoint. So they weren't able to get back up over towards the top. And if everybody goes and stays disciplined and takes their angles, this is the type of great performance that you could have. Only Serdell was the only person to take damage here.
Yeah, I think the gravity lift persists for like 10 seconds or so. So you definitely have plenty of opportunities. Yeah, it's definitely not like the Pathfinder grapple. If you mess it up, and you got to wait in shame. And so, yeah, there it is. They're able to maintain this high ground. What an awesome position. But you got to see Flashpoint coming through, getting the second place as well. And this is what they're known for, being able to find that center position, survive to the late game. They got second place. I don't know if they got much kills off the back of it, but surprisingly enough, even with the second place, we didn't see them in the top 5 or so. Here we go, joining in on game number 3. We've got Nasky, Yuki, and Dell hitting up the drop without TSM here. They don't have to contest. They're going to have frag East for free.
And we know the way that they rotated from the last game too, because we saw exactly what was happening as they were sitting over towards that choke area. So Nasky, Yuki, and Dell are starting to heat up just a little bit, and Yuki has been on fire so far with Horizon. Remember in game number 1, I was able to survive getting up with that high ground again, hitting that Horizon lift over towards the yellow containers, and then he lived just a little bit longer than we were expecting, as they, I think, placed around 15th place. So getting over towards Fragment without any scans is a little bit difficult, but they still did a good job of predicting where the zone was going to go.
Yeah, that's one of the nice things about Central Zone as well. You have priority on most rotations as we join on board with Team Pringles. They're going to play this one a little bit more cautiously. They're not dropping in staging proper. They're on the outskirts, more over towards Hot Springs here, as we did have shots ringing across. It looks like only Presley took a shot there, just the one throughout all of that. And it looks like they are awaiting the aggression coming out from RKT, holding up in this building for the time being. Phony's taking a lot of damage. Gotta be careful, but Stunny goes down as Presley picks up one more. And oh boy, this 50-50, the fastest one so far. It's gone 2-1 now to Team Pringles.
That was pretty quick too. Pringles was able to mop them while they were all kind of looting the similar buildings, and it looked like I believe Rice Krispie Treats had better armor throughout all that too. So they're going to be directly in the middle of the zone here. So if they could just continue their loot pathing pretty quickly, all they have to worry about is these teams up on that north-hand side, the Harvester rotation. Thermal's going to be a while to loot, so Alliance isn't going to be there anytime soon, but they are in a perfect spot.
Yeah, the difficulty there is trying to call this circle. Is it going to go over towards Hot Springs, or will it go back on over to staging? As Flashpoint now over here at Survey, a lot of loot for them to pick up. There's the Mastiff, as always. Senpai is just eyeing that one to pick it up. But with, of course, the ring pulling down to the south so hard, you're going to see probably not too much fighting going on over here on the north side of the map. But I wouldn't be surprised, though, if CLG, excuse me, do swing out here just in case and catch them off guard. But Flashpoint still have to be careful on this rotate. Yeah. There it is,
All
CLG now.
Yeah, I was gonna say all these teams are so used to, these rotations, and they're so used to how each other play that they've probably already predicted and communicated just like how you were talking about, Jamerson. So we'll see exactly how CLG wants to go and approach this. It's first going to be a bubble scan, and once they get that type of information, they're going to decide exactly how they want to go and rotate.
All right, on board with Team Applejacks, who are trying to make their way on up through Tree. As they are meeting some resistance. Duplex got the first knock. Intel going down. The bubble has already been used as well, and Applejacks are ready to try and push this. They push past the bubble here, and Aves does have that jump pad if he wants to get super aggressive off of this one. Instead, he'll secure that thirst and allow the rest of his team go ahead and continue to stay aggressive. Metro has gone down. Now it's all up to a 1v3 here. We'll see what he's got left. He's stuck inside the car, has cracked Duplex, but nope, Panders will fall to that EVA 8. And Applejacks make short work out of Team Intel.
That's back-to-back partner teams going down to another partner team. And it's been, like you said, very quick, Jamerson. There was no hesitation the way that they wanted to play, but the action is not stopping. This time over towards Lava Fisher. This is going to be Na'Vi taking on Rockstar. You can see Tech's already down. But the positioning right now for Team Rockstar, everyone's so split. You don't know exactly where Na'Vi is. Great massive shots that are coming in from Crummy, living with just a sliver of HP. Slides away, hits the battery. Now it's up to Pickett and Crummy in this 2-on-1.
Yeah, and Matt Pickett does have that angle watching for him for now. He got the bat off of Max Strafe. Gets the one clip, but Matt Pickett is here close range with that Volt. Runs out of ammo, but pulls out the Hemlock to finish it off. It was still a scary situation, and he still needs to recover the rest of his squad. We'll see. Maybe if a team like Liquid rolls through, comes in for the third party, but for the time being, it looks like it's all clear for them.
And you can see the thought process from these teams. They want to take the fight so fast because exactly what you're talking about, Jamerson, is the third party's possibly coming through. So if they sit there and just dance around and play this 2-on-2 game and ping things and all that stuff, that's just going to be the wrong play. You have to just go head-to-head, force to force, and take that as fast as possible. Whoever wins the fight wins the fight. Fortunately for Team Rockstar, they're able to take that against Na'Vi. Now Los Corridos in another fight, as it looks like Sir Dell gets involved. You have Sentinels getting involved and finishing off Fury as well. Looks like can't really clamber up there, so he's gonna have to go all the way around and hit the med kit too. So we've seen 3 different fights already, and Los Corridos picking up a couple kills along the way.
Yeah, Los Corridos, they made a big splash the initial week they started competing. Of course, we saw the Revenant Octane composition coming out from them, but now they have gone towards something a bit more standard, and they've got the Crypto here along with the Gibraltar and the Wraith. And so it looks like they are setting up just for the late game, punishing Team Pringles throughout all of that. We thought maybe, they would be able to make it to the late game this time around with the fact that the ring pulled over towards them. But here's the res. That might be Team Pringles getting that one up for them. I don't know if they were finished off or not. We are down to 17 squads. It's 49 players left. So 2 players are missing, and it looks like Team Pringles are going to try and recover Fury here. Here's Presley considering it, but the call has been made. Phony's backing off. He was the only one that was rezzed, and it looks like they just don't have the time to bring back Fury.
Unlucky there, but it's nice that Team Pringles at least is able to get a res in the middle of the zone here. So we'll see if they're able to rat it out and make some plays. Funny's gonna have to find some armor, and most likely it'd be better to just kind of hide here. You don't want to have any type of presence want to try to just find a good spot. But if you get Bloodhound scanned, you'd be immediately thinking about fighting your way out of this one. As CLG now taking a priority position. It looks like that player was going up to the rope, and I'm not sure if they even realize that CLG is just waiting in the wings at this Cerrito building. That's double 45 there onto Gray Armor. That's more than enough for CLG to send this one. As Vaxlon's going to back off, let CLG or let Vaxlon and Madness do the rest of the work, but everyone's taking damage left and right. Lou has to back off. Vaxlon backs off. Everyone going to heal. That initial damage just not going to be followed up on.
Yeah, they were waiting for the team fire on the balloon, but that player jumped off so much faster than I think anyone was expecting. This Blight has gotten the knock onto Duplex, and Applejacks might be in a spot of trouble here as we join on board with Team Cheez-It. North side of Thermal Station now. We've got the black hole being used by Prodigy Aces. Does not catch anyone in it, as it looks like this squad will just go ahead and back away into the building, hold for now. They should be safe in the zone, so there's under no pressure to move quite yet. And so Rakanishi will just back off and rejoin his squad now. The zone. It does look like they were able to bring up the ring information for us. Actually, that's still round one closing. So we'll find out in just a moment where the next ring will pull. We'll see if any teams, particularly a crypto team, can pick up the beacon for us.
I like this play to always take this high ground. And again, this is the use of the Anvil we're coming in and seeing from Rakanishi with the 3X. Very popular now with the flatline. It's been popular for quite some time, but it's making a little bit of a resurgence as we get a nice little high overlook of the mini map. You see two teams coexisting right next to each other. That's going to be the weak Pringles team, as Alliance is going to start to collapse on them. And while that happens, CLG is going to get interested with the third party.
Yeah, and they're eyeing it. They are ready for this one, as we'll see. If there are any trades, CLG will full send it, but Rockstar might get involved in this one as well. They're not too far off for now. As you can see, Crummy has good vision over the Hot Springs area. But a lot of teams are currently here, and it's just bustling with business. Team Pringles, though, were able to make it safely inside one of the buildings. And as I say that, Vice finds the knock. Phony pops that beast of the hunt, but it's going to be the last call for him as Team Pringles go down in 17th. Alliance pick up 3 kills here in the early game. Well, 2 kills here in the early game.
Nicely executed there coming in from Team Alliance. Now they're going to have to heal up and worry about the rest of these teams that are coming through. You can see pings happening. Rockstar now getting into a little bit of a skirmish, and all these teams recognizing this is another one of those situations where it's brutal to get on the rotation. But look at this. After the initial damage on attack, they're going to get pushed on. I like this positioning coming in, but they're, again, just so worried that they have that initial burst on attack, so everybody just goes right back into the building. Now Pickett wants to think about getting into his drone, but he's going to have somebody else cover the door. Instead, he's going to elect to do it himself and checks it and then gets right back into it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if... There he goes. All right, so they're just do a little switcheroo. Now Pickett can go through and get a lot more information.
Yeah, the drone was just a little bit too far. He was set up for a push over towards the Hot Springs now, but it looks like the squad might have just ran past them. They are stuck in the ditch underneath, and so this is an opportunity. Rockstar, they've got the drone set up. They've got the EMP, and if they coordinate this correctly, it should be an easy team fight win. We'll see how far that team gets away, though. The drone is still alive on top of the tracks for now. It looks like they will elect to save that EMP and just not take the fight quite yet. Still worried, of course, of the possible third parties. We know that Alliance are over there. The rotate coming out from that squad, that might have been Liquid, just getting past them through all of that right into the safety of the Hot Springs. That's going to allow Matt Pickett to get back into his drone and set up once again for the Hot Springs place.
And I like that Pickett's been adopting this playstyle with the crypto, because he's always been someone that's always first to the fight. So if he can come through and be that last player into the fight and help clean things up, he's so good at taking these 1v1s, and he's so good at, you know, just his close skirmishes, that this is going to allow him that opportunity to really excel now. And Tech's going to be able to teach him a lot about how to even play crypto in these tournament scenarios to begin with. So there's no other better situation to be in from someone that is really, really experienced on a Legend, is going to tell you how to play it. And it's also weird because Tech can also play a really, really good Wraith. So it's a very valuable teammate to have in terms of being able to shot call, but also being able to help you in terms of, you know, helping give a constructive criticism on how you should be playing your Legend. So you can see their teamwork today has been phenomenal, and it's a lot to do with their composition, in my opinion.
And here's Team Razor on the east side of this zone. They've got a Caustic team ahead of them. inside the train tunnel for now. That thermal scope really helping out, but the digital threat, it's something that Mr. Hakulo can really utilize. He does back off as he does take some damage, but don't have to commit to this fight, as it looks like Hakulo took too much damage. He's gonna Phoenix Kit up, and they might just call it on this fight just to back up. They have to they don't want to be forced out pushing through a choke, and so if they want, they can completely avoid this fight, but they'll probably wait for the ring information first. And they realize that, yeah, this is going more towards Hot Springs area, and so they need to start focusing on like quite possibly the north side of the map here. But with Hakulo and Zeratrick still maintaining this position at the end of the cave, they might actually push out through this end.
I think the most important thing is that Zeratrick needs to at least get a blue armor before they go and take a fight. And we see the teams that have rotated into the zone right now. It's going to be Sentinels, it's going to be CLG, but a lot of action happening over towards this backhand side. You can see Nestle Pure Life wants to make a rotation. Alliance is waiting in the wings. They're sitting over towards the choke, so that's going to be one spot of contention. And then you have the teams that are rotating over towards the north-hand side, like Team Rockstar. Nasky, Yuki, and Dell fresh off their game 2 win as Rollers get to knock onto Prodigy Aces with the flat line on the top right of your screen. This is going to be a portal play coming in from Sir Dell. Looks like he wants to go and make that rotation fairly early here, as now Team SeriesE is trying to survive over here as Rakinisha looking for a quick armor swap. I'm not quite sure who else is left on this team, possibly just one player, but it looks like a third party is coming through. So now Rakinisha going to try to bail, and he's not able to. That's going to be Nestle Pure Life. We saw on the minimap where they are, and we know Alliance is waiting directly underneath that Apex Legends banner choke.
Yeah, NPL, they've gotten cracked. Bambino is forced to heal up with that bat, but the defensive bombardment will slow things down. Peeking on over to the left-hand side, though, they're trying to find an angle up against them right now, as it looks like Alliance have been backing off of this one. Give up the choke, and it's going to be NPL to be safe here on the southwest side of the zone. A lot of fighting taking place as well, as it looks like 303 will be able to finish off Lonely Fans, and that's going to allow Team Razor an opportunity to finally push out of this tunnel. Those Lonely Fans that were trying to hold them here, but they're getting flanked from behind. There's another squad coming up, and it looks like it's going to be pushed out now. Bubble is used as well, as they're trying to fight around that. Zeratrick needs to heal up. Instead, he goes for the armor swap, and it is a better armor as well. Only 13 damage to go to get that purple. But Mr. Hakulo will turn around onto this. It's Team Pop-Tarts pushing up as a duo. It looks like they do figure that one out with the scans. It looks like they get the first knock as well. That's Lucas going down. It's all up to just one left. Team Razor will finish off Impulse, and that's going to be Pop-Tarts going down. 13 squads remaining. It's all full squads as well left in this lobby. The zone is closing, and Razor need to commit to a side. They're going to go ahead and push out through the south.
This is going to burn, but they had to do it, and Zeratrick is the one that's, you can see ticking away. That blue slow Gibraltar on that mini-map in your top left-hand side. But that's the power of the Bloodhound right there, and there's the counter scan at the perfect time as Buffalo is trying to make his move. They are absolutely done for right here. Perfectly timed scan by this team. The bubble's going to come down, but round 3, it's just so brutal. There's the portal from Hakulo. It's not going to be in time. These players are already down. 3-on-1 situation. Whoever's doing this gatekeeping is doing a great job, but Hakulo doesn't want any more kill points going away. Heck, it may even go because they did damage to him, and it did. So really nice job by 303. The rest of these guys on the outskirts just playing gatekeeper here. Is Tech going to knock onto Senpai now? Rockstar going to get busy. Let's see if Tech and Pickett decide to heal. They do. Battery's going to go down. Crummy trying to make his push over towards the side, but you see the bubble res, but you also see shots coming in from the other side too, so another team's interested in third partying this.
Yeah, they have to be careful here. Again, pinch is happening. You do have 10 squads left, and you can see why Crummy was playing so much more passively. They didn't have the position held down. And now the bubble is going to be forced out. Tech needs to heal up. Matt Pickett needs to heal up, and he needs the full heal as well. Without a Phoenix kit, defensive bombardment will go down, keeping that team at bay. But here's Crummy making the play for his squad. Port goes down. It looks like they want to just go ahead and completely avoid the situation. The bubble has been used by the squad under the bridge as well. There might be an opportunity to try and sneak some nades in, but Tech, I don't know where he's getting shot from, but he's down to 1 HP now, and it's going to be Hodsick to pick that one up from the edge. Team Liquid pushed out of Hot Springs. Now Los Carritos putting the screws on to them. Looks like Nocturnal, though, picks up most of those kills on to Rockstar. So now Team Liquid, they might have to fight Los Carritos for this position. We know that Sentinels were playing on the other side of this big rock as well. And so it might be Sentinels keeping them at bay. Here's GYD, though, trying their shot to
take out Los Carritos. This was the squad that was stuck underneath the train tracks.
Yeah, and you saw Yuki was on the horizon. Once the grab foot down, I had a feeling it was Nasky, Yuki, and Dell. But what a great rotation from Team Liquid coming in behind Team Rockstar. Unfortunately for them, they just didn't have enough pressure while they got the knockover towards the side to get them out of this spot. But I love the different angles playing around the train tracks here. As there's another grab lift being used and also another black hole. Doesn't land exactly what they were hoping for, but it does force them over inside of the actual train card. That is going to hit for 25 and slow players down just a little bit. There's the counter EMP coming through, though. He's already lost his shield, so it doesn't matter. He's going to stay inside that fight right there. Nice shots coming in from Yuki. That's going to be 2 knocks right there and a possible quick armor swap. And there it is. But 2 players coming in. The third party is Liquid, still from behind is there, and that's the teamwork and the timing from Team Liquid that you need to see.
Yeah, and look, it felt like GYD thought they were under a little bit more pressure. I feel like they could have taken that fight a little bit slower there, but NPL now in a fight of their own up against CLG. Lou's already gotten the first knock on to Ronnie, as Bambino might fall to this defensive bombardment, and he will. Duplex is the one that picks that one up. It's Applejacks who are able to recover. Now playing out of the cars, they're picking up some kills. Sentinels, though, getting the knock onto Alliance, as looks like they have a beautiful position, just a third party for free. 2 squads stuck inside these buildings now, as Aves is trying to sneak in some nades. The Thermite will connect onto one, and he goes for the peak to try and finish them off. It looks like Obey will get finished off now, and Aves will turn his sights to the team up top. That's going to be CLG. Vax and Madness already down. There's only one left for CLG throughout all of this. Surprisingly enough, Lou gets out and gets rid of RPR. This is just a mad scramble between all of these squads right now, but Applejacks are surviving. They'll finish off Dracos. NPL are gone. We're down to our top 5.
Applejacks is looking so confident right now. They're just mopping up team after team over towards the side. There's the push coming in from Aves. They finish off Lou. 5 kills, 1,300 damage overall. Look at this. Applejacks in perfect spot here now. It's 4 squads, 3 on 3 on 3 on 3. But the amount of resources they have right here, they can literally grab as many cells, as many batteries as they can in the next 10 seconds, and then they have to focus on their rotate.
They have at least 9 kills, by the way. Now, there's an opportunity for them at this point to maybe try and push out the train tracks, but Team Liquid are going to make that one difficult. You can see one team playing underneath. Liquid can play above them. Sentinels, I believe their rock is still safe. We haven't checked in with them in quite some time. So where do Applejacks try and play? There's not much for them at this point, but we'll see. Maybe that zip line is in across the ways, as we can see Albert lately peeking on over here. And might be just a little bit, as you can see. He's just getting set up, making sure that zip line to get up through the bridge is not going to be a safe one for whomever decides to take it.
And Team Liquid's played this zone so many times, they understand that this is the best spot to be in throughout all of that. And that's why they made such a smart late rotation coming up and flanking all these other teams, as Sentinels is going to immediately send it and just mop Team Applejacks. Crush has to get res inside of his own bubble right there. Let's see what Retzi does too, because of the fact that they now have to heal. 3 squads left. This is a great opportunity for whoever's not involved. I believe that's going to be Team Liquid up over towards the high ground now. They are actually helping Sentinels recover. So Team Liquid in prime position here with the high ground over both these teams.
Yeah, they're about to get the re-knock onto Bambino as well. And like you said, throughout all this time, Sentinels are able to recover. They're able to full heal as well. But it looks like 303 found their own cover. And it is going to just be a full 3v3v3 once again here in the late game. You can see Nocturnal trying to find a cheeky angle, but they are on the ultimate low ground here. Never mind, no, they're still up top. Bambino hasn't been rezzed quite yet as well. It looks like Sentinels are turning on the pressure. Pyrodac's the next one to fall, and TSM and Sentinels, excuse me, Liquid and Sentinels are slowly putting a stop to 303 here. TSM will turn their attention now over to Sentinels, and they're trying their best to find some cover, but Liquid, they've got so much high ground. They have all the angles to really work with here. It's just if they had the utility to force them out from behind the cover.
And I love the way that Sentinels is playing this one, waiting for Liquid to get the little ground punch when they fall down to try to do something. But it's going to have to be Nocturnal with a bubble, and then all hell is going to break loose inside of that here as the finish on a Bambino is going to happen. They're going to jump pad, send it on top of them. Absolute psychos.
Yeah, they actually get the flank behind them as well. The zone is closing, but this is the slow one for now. This is also going to give them the angle to try and finish off 303, but no. They know that the main threat is going to be Sentinels underneath. The kill can be important, but at this point, finishing off Sentinels would be so much more so. Albralele has dropped down while Hotsick and Nocturnal are still holding the high ground angle. ASCII helps them out and takes out Xenox. This is going to be the 2v3 now as Liquid's Hotsick takes out Crust, and it looks like it's going to be Team Liquid. It's just a matter of how many kill points do they pick up. There they go. They finish off Retzi, and it's all up to just one remaining member of 303. ASCII getting punched out as Team Liquid take game number 3.
What an amazing rotation from Team Liquid. That has to be the Mobile One highlight performance of the game from game number 3. They jump pad over everybody, take the, like you said, Jamerson, going behind them was key because not only were they on the high ground, but they were also keeping 303 out. So they got all the kill points throughout all that too. Big game from Team Liquid.
Yeah, so Team Liquid taking game number 3 before the halfway point of the tournament. So we're going to go ahead and send it over to the halftime show. And when we get back, we'll have the second half of Series E after this.
Versus coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Hit the bars and the breaks. I'm talking one chance. See, I was so close for the goal. It's one shot, not a future for sure. Let's go.
New studio setup. Want to see?
Sorry, it's yellow. It's yellow on my phone.
You're talking halftime show?
No.
Oh.
This is the beginning.
Oh, I don't want to be a part of the beginning.
Tyler, are you going to be part of the halftime show with these boys on the couch?
I can be.
Do you want to get on the couch with them?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Is the couch big enough?
Yeah.
The only problem is,
How can I mount it?
well, I guess that's wood.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, pretty sturdy.
Look at this.
No.
The whole building's gonna
I
fall.
know. Wait.
What are my choice? Water bottles?
No, I had my toy set up in a really cool way, you know, just like I do at my house. It looks really cool, but alright.
I know.
Dang, bro. Dang, let's hit it from the front. Dang. Secret handshake. Clap, clap,
He's an aggressive. He's an aggressive.
Easy.
Man.
Can I eat it yet or not?
I don't know.
Nice rank, dude.
All right, looks like Frank has a surprise for everyone.
Yes. You can put it on. Put it on. Yeah.
Show it off, K2.
Well, if you're actually ever switch, we can have.
All right. That'd be hilarious. We didn't know. We're like, wait, who's Kyle?
I just ate my fortune cookie. I'm finna be big ballin'.
Read that for the video.
You will live a life of luxury.
You know what that means, bro? Promotion. Oh,
What?
Like, dude, screaming at him.
I'm at the dinner table, bro.
Yeah, it's Frank's fault for taking the phone call. The phone call in the middle of a fucking party room. It's a duo. And then Kyle started literally yelling while you're on the phone.
You're mad, man.
No, we're yelling at Kyle.
You ready? Hi. We're going for it.
But it'll crack a for now.
All right, boys. What do we think? Who do you think's gonna win today, Connie? My money. I don't know. That's tough. I want to say my money's either on Cooler. Sam, what about you, bro? Who do you think's gonna win tonight? You don't know?
I root for MPL for a while. I like those guys.
Let's
but
go.
I think I got TSM.
TSM, okay. TSM, what do you got?
I'm a
Underdog?
CLG man.
CLG man
Yeah,
at
dude.
heart,
I
let's
love
go.
Madness, but then again, I love Cooler too, and Nasky's the homeboy, so.
Shaney,
What's that?
I know you're busy, brother, but who do you think's gonna win, bro? I know you can't play favorites because you're friends with basically everyone, but
Let's see, who's gonna win? That's a tough one.
he's all, I gotta go look through
Yeah,
the
let me just
roster.
make
Let me
sure
go look
really
through the
quick. Yeah,
roster real quick so I can.
Dude, there's so many good teams. Of course, I gotta vote for Touchebag. The Touchebags.
The
to, you know, to
Touchebags,
pop
bro.
off. That'd be sick.
Here, this is bright. Whoa, hello.
That's bright.
Hey, boss man's ready? Get a little
Buy
story
this,
action.
shop.esportsarena.com. We're going live today. Swipe up on the GoPro.
Let's go.
I think that we are almost ready. We're almost ready. What are you guys talking about?
Play back replays, Kyle?
Yep, I think so.
This is it, my friend. SeriesE event, 10K. How you feeling?
Do I look good?
You look amazing.
Hey.
Is that some new?
It's
some
just new threads. New
Okay.
threads. Yep, you can buy it right here, right now. Shop.esportsarena.com. Champion, not a big deal. Ever heard of him? Is it recording right now?
Hello.
I don't think anyone wants to buy this hoodie.
No one, not a single sale yet. We only had like 300 viewers.
I know. I'm shamefully selling my body out for this.
See, you would have sold it to
I should have done that. This is your hoodie.
It goes down. Oh my goodness!
Liquid.
Zone starts with all night.
Contend with these Watson traps until however lately.
Right hand side.
Lately get the
all
knock.
those.
Feel the energy, Brand?
Oh, come on, the drink shop, baby!
Oh, what the fuck? From the passive horizon is not
Someone broke. I got it.
The game is already live, so.
It was just an HDMI cable.
Hey, I'm just checking out my stories.
That's gonna be.
Try to challenge TSM, but they are putting the knot onto Sunny, and they will get that finish.
Owl is a big deal.
Takes out Patters with that massive.
In here, that 3 Delos, dude, 3 Delos.
Their batteries, and they do just in time. Rambo is the only one to trade away now. Wall and Team Daltouche, you know, on the other side or whatnot. Here it is, the drop down. As they're going for the chase, they waited for Zedman to get back in. He's going to go in for the melee kill, pushes him into the zone with that one, and Douchebag will take the win in game number 6.
My whole entire production room behind me is literally chanting Daltouche just over and over again. So let me see those bags in chat, boys.
Okay, here we have a production. We're gonna like focus it on this production, which is kind of like how we work in the setup, right?
We obviously didn't prepare to have Tom leave.
Exactly. It's stuff that's.
What? I told you guys it was a 50-50.
I came out here.
Right? I mean, well, Halo's gonna start. Not this Sunday.
Next Sunday.
See you next Sunday.
28.
I have 2 more.
He's trying to see the toys.
The case for your toys is underneath your desk.
I'm so live, Mom.
Throw in my backpack. Hey, guess what? I'm 27.
I'm feeling.
Let's go. Well, we can move over to the.
You're pretty back.
Fucking hurts so bad. This guy's so rad. Brandon.
Hello, sir. Thank you. Here, Connie, I got this for you.
Oh, for me?
Yeah, bro.
Oh, thanks, bro.
I got you.
Appreciate you.
Enjoy
Not
that.
a big sweet tooth.
All right. Yay, so back here in the Esports Arena Orange County studio. We are at halftime. We'll get back to the games here in just a little bit, but 3 games in the books, and Team Liquid able to take the 3rd one there. A very spicy final circle with TL Sentinels and 303. Definitely a fun battle to watch there, and we'll see if those squads can continue to challenge for the top spot. Kind of an interesting thing to see 3 games in and not a single repeat winner. It's something we've been seeing a lot of as of late, so we'll have to see if either of the 3 squads that have taken one so far, Team Applejacks, GYD, or TL, can repeat in the final 3. One stat I do want to highlight here earlier on was looking through some of the stuff, and of our partnered players, we got quite an interesting stack at the top of the kill charts. We got It's Aves, Stomps, and Rakanishu up at the top. Those guys have been fragging out. Rakanishu and It's Aves and Stomps as well. All really kind of the straw that stirs the drink for those 3 squads. You can see it with the numbers that they're bringing in. Aves has continued to perform today along with Rolders and Duplex. So going to be curious to see how those kill charts shift as the season continues. But let's take a peek at our cumulative stats so far through 3 games. We were able to check this out last night. Let's look at it once again. Now, first place squad is still Team Applejacks. They got another late, game play there in the 3rd game, so they're still holding on, getting some solid placement points. So Itave's still doing great work, and they sweep the stats at halftime this time around. Duplex on the kill leader and most damage, 12 kills, over 5,500 damage. So Duplex with a really strong performance. A week ago, it was really Aves driving that squad. Now Duplex taking a turn to lead the way. And I think that's really one of the extremely potent things for this squad, is that there are 3 guys that can frag out here no matter the day. And I think that is really boding well for Applejacks as they try to climb the standings. They are still a little ways away from the likes of Team Pringles, Team Pop-Tarts, who do sit in 1st and 2nd coming into tonight. But if the performances continue like this for Team Applejacks, we'll see them climb those standings very soon. We'll see if maybe they can grab 1st place here tonight. Going to be a tough test with the kind of competition that they do have to deal with. Mentioned at the start of the show, we did Deal or Steal. And if you folks at home want to get in on the action, you have to subscribe to us here on Twitch and make sure you're following us on all of our socials at Esports Arena on Instagram and Twitter. Check out esportsarena.com, shop.esportsarena.com for all of our merch as well. And we're also at facebook.com/esportsarenausa. But we are ready to raffle off one more spot in our Deal or Steal game. The Resident Noob won last night. We will be seeing them next week. But we got one more spot to give away, so let's raffle it off for our subscribers who will get in on a Deal or Steal game in the future. Let's check it out. All right, who do we have? The winner is Naughty Moroku. All right, so we got the Resident Noob last night, Naughty Moroku here tonight. Congratulations to both of you two. Looking forward to y'all joining me on Deal or Steal to win some sweet swag. As you guys saw earlier today, we got all those great prizes, snack packs, Esports Arena merch, Apex coins, Razer stuff, even that awesome Xbox Series X sitting at the top. So definitely, again, subscribe to the channel if you want a shot to get in on the fun. Come play Deal or Steal with me. That's going to do it for halftime here, folks. We're going to head to a short break, but when we come back, Jamerson and T-Squared kick off Game 4 in the back half of week number 5.
Yeah, it's one heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Gonna take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Gonna take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's for snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We have just finished our halftime break, and so we are getting ready to head into the second half of the evening. Before we do that, let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard.
to see where Team Liquid stand after that victory. And they propel themselves up to 3rd place now. But Team Applejacks maintaining consistent. They are still in the lead in 1st place with 45 points, Tom.
Yeah, Applejacks has been pretty surprising today, and they've been playing fantastic overall. Team Liquid really boosted their stock. They were on the very bottom of the leaderboard overall, basically after 2 games. So they're starting to start thuming a little bit. Nocturnal shots were amazing. Hot 6 support was great. You see Albarelli taking some great angles, and then the IGLing, whoever said to put that pad down to go and flank the teams that were in front of them, Sentinels and 303. Nobody was expecting that. So we're in for an interesting second half here.
Yeah, while Team Applejacks are in the lead, we still have a lot of the middle of the pack teams, and without one really strong dominant squad throughout all of our 3 games so far, that does leave the field wide open. 3 games left to go, and Team Applejacks cannot let go of the gas quite yet. They have to worry all the time about Nasky, Yuki, and Dell, who have been tailing them since game number 2 there. So as we head into game number 4, Applejacks, they need to find another dub if they want to maintain this kind of lead.
It's pretty impressive when you think about 45 points in 3 games, because if they kept that pace, that'd obviously be 90 after 6. And I think the highest we've had so far is 97, and that was on an open day instead of pro day. But they basically, besides Nasky, Yuki, and Dell and Team Liquid, have twice the amount of points that everybody else. So that just goes to show how well Team Applejacks is actually playing. Team Rockstar is on the outside looking in right now in terms of placing inside the money, but we'll see what they're going to be able to do as we take a look at our Mobile One high performance moment of game number 3. And it was Team Applejack, surprising. Look at this aggressive play that they make quick work of 2 teams inside the building.
Yeah, they were under a lot of pressure as well throughout all of this. They knew that Sentinels were going to be watching from the other side, and so they can't wide peek throughout all of that. But they do put a stop to this squad right now. I love Aves just instantly transitioning with the help of, I believe, Duplex pushing up onto the high ground there at the same time. They're just able to infiltrate quickly, and then, of course, finish this one all off, making sure even picking up the kill onto Lou, I believe, at the tail end of this.
Yeah, it was Lou from CLG over towards the side. I believe they hit a scan from Rolder's area, and they make their way over towards that north side and find him, and there it is, that scan. They get some help from the back, actually, too, so this helps weaken Lou, as Lou's just trying to stay alive over here, crouching around the corner. But it was an amazing job from Applejacks to play aggressive as a unit, like you said, just immediate infiltration. And you know you're playing well when you walk into a building and you have pro players looking at the opposite side, because there's a lot of sound cues that go through. There's a lot of awareness. There's a lot of bloodhound scans as well that are happening back and forth. So it's very rare that you get someone not looking at you in an instance like that. And they both pitched from the side, and the teams that were on top of the building inside on the 2nd floor were looking around, wondering where they were getting shot from. That's great teamwork from Team Applejacks.
All right, here we are. Game number 4. Applejacks now out of the dropship, making their way over towards Tree. They had a big game there, not just taking the W, but they had like 12, maybe 13 kills throughout that game as well. I mean, before the game ended, we checked in with them, and there was like 9 kills between the 3 of them at the very least at the end of that fight. So Applejacks had a huge game number 3. Despite not having the beacon over here at Tree, Rolders hasn't gone that far for the split. He's going to play this a little bit more contained and a bit more cautiously with his squad. So they'll pick up that scan together when they make their rotate up. Luckily for them, though, they're not going to have to go that far, Tom.
Yeah, we haven't seen the map yet, but once we do, I have a feeling this is going to end probably in that like no-name sorting factory area. Actually, when we take a look at this, actually, I am probably wrong on that one. This is going to go possibly thermal. We'll see. But either way, they are going to be pleasantly surprised with their rotation, because sometimes the rich get richer in these type of instances. Once you're playing well, the game kind of rewards you for that, and things start to just kind of make sense. And that's what right now is happening for Team Applejack. So we'll see exactly how they elect to set up over there. And I wouldn't be surprised if they rotate over towards that high ground over towards Tree and stay there for quite some time.
Yeah, it all depends on what Alliance do and how much ground they give up to allow Applejacks for that rotate. Applejacks are going to move that way anyhow, just to pick up that beacon. But here's Sentinels moving faster than we've typically seen them. It's 2 minutes before the ring closes, and they're done looting. They're ready to move on out, taking the balloon over towards Tree. They can hit a second one if they want, but they might hoof it from here. We'll find out. It looks like they are going to go ahead and elect for a second balloon for this rotate.
Yeah, they want that high ground that we're talking about right now, and they may even be able to beat Applejacks towards it. You see pings on over towards the right-hand side. I'd be shocked if they go there. I thought for sure they would take their typical spot over towards the west-hand side, but it looks like they're going to go north in an unpredictable rotation. They're making their way on over towards the Harvester, possibly a triple balloon here.
Yeah. I feel like the thought process is quite possibly control the choke up here on the north side of Harvester. I mean, north side of Thermal, because that's where you'll see most of the action, where you'll find the most third-party potential and pick up kills in the long way. If Crust can make it up, Retzi has no issue with that, though, and he has been able to take this high ground. This is one of those spots that we see teams play from time and again, and they're able to pick up a lot of kill points from here.
And Sentinels really wanted that. They're going to prioritize this position because they're good at fighting. In that spot, you have to fight for quite some time. There's going to be so many different teams that try to contest that from now until probably zone 4 or 5, when that zone's probably still inside of where they're at. So now we see where Rice Krispies is. And obviously, we are in the slowest game that we've had so far. So everyone take a little breather at halftime. Realize they didn't want a 50-50, and we'll see if Pringles and Rice Krispie treats get down to business, as Tiesto would say.
Yeah, it looks like, though, they're getting pushed up from behind. Team Intel is Applejacks already picking up one onto Panders, and now they can slow things down, heal up, and then make the next push in the 3v2. Team Intel, again, running up against Applejacks as they make the rotate from launch. Should have been expecting this, but it looks like Team Pringles are taking it to Rice Krispies as Presley picks up 2. He's got the Havoc and laying full into them. And it's going to go, what is that, 3 for 1 now in the favor of Team Pringles across 4 games.
And that's going to be Intel falling to Abe's right there with the Volt and the flank ski coming through. Armor swap is there, but it's just not enough. And look at how healthy everybody on Applejacks is. Intel is a very, very skilled team. And they basically took around 100 damage total before they mopped all 3 players. Applejacks looking so strong today. And while picking up kill points on your rotation early, getting more loot is exactly the type of confidence booster that you needed to try to finish this one off.
Flashpoint on the hunt for 1, as it looks like GYD are going to take out third impact, and this is the third-party attempt, it seems, coming out from Flashpoint. You can see Yuki with that Horizon use that gravity lift to get them up to the high ground here, and Flashpoint don't have that same kind of mobility, do not have that same kind of access. Luckily for Flashpoint, it's about securing the bag. Here they go, they got the loot, but it looks like GYD at the very least were able to scoop up the armors first. So now we're gonna have a weird standoff. What do Flashpoint do here? Well, they're gonna have to port out because they cannot take this fight up against GYD any longer.
And Cubsy is taking so much damage. He's gonna have to end up portaling back, and then they do portal back bubble Phoenix kit throughout all that. And while that's happening, Finicky is actually going to lay a couple grenades down just in case they do decide that they want to drop. Speaking of Sentinels, speaking of fighting and how contested this area is, it's Alliance saying, we drop a thermal station. You can't come over here and try to rotate towards our high ground. It's the initial knock from Hackies onto Senox, but the res comes through.
Yeah, and so Sentinels, they do still have to worry about the nades coming in. The evacuate Senox is ticking away to that thermite, but Alliance do just call it off of that one, and Nasky will be able to get the knock on to Finicky, so that fight over there's going to be finished now as GYD pick all that up. Team Razor are down to Los Carritos as well. As Tricky gets finished off, Muffins and Hakulo down. Na'Vi got involved in this fight as well. All the teams over here by Harvester currently as Na'Vi pick up all the loot off of this fight.
And what's so funny is from talking to some of the North American teams, they'll be like, yeah, SeriesE, it's just so fast paced. It's not normally like, an ALJS tournament because people are fighting. But when you play against Europe, this is actually how the tournaments go, because you talk to Third Impact, you talk to teams like Na'Vi. They talk about how they want to take fights. They want to play aggressive. You saw Alliance as well. Even though they didn't finish that skirmish over there with Sentinels, they were still testing to see which team that was, how hard is it going to be to go and kill them, and is it worth the rewards. So I really like the way that these Europe teams kind of throw a little bit of different type of aggression and play style through. And again, Max Strafe is the only Pathfinder right now in the lobby. Much love to all our Pathfinder players. Glad to see him coming back just a little bit. But the real question is, Jamerson, will we ever see another Watson ever?
I'm okay if we don't. If I'm completely honest, a year of watching Watson games has kind of spoiled it for me. I'm happy where the state of Apex Legends right now. Team Pop-Tarts just riding the edge of this zone. They're still stuck over at Sorting Factory. I mean, this has been a fast game. We're down to 14 squads, 42 players remaining as Lonely Fans are trying to make a push for this choke. Defensive bombardment goes down on top of them. They do have a bubble, and it looks like we do have an Octane pack coming in. It's an Octane Revenant. I was wondering if I saw the Revenant silence earlier on, and my eyes did not deceive me. Wonder who that is. Is that going to be Los Corritos picking that up or something?
I'm not quite sure, but that was a great opportunity to counter-aggress onto the Revenant Octane team, because they would have had to hit medkits throughout all of that. So you could have thrown a counter down into a jump pad and just kind of flew at them if you wanted to. Maybe a little bit of a Team Liquid play, but Lonely Fans is going to slow play this one. They realize that there are a lot of different teams in the area. There's a team in front of them, there's a team behind them. If they take the fight, it doesn't go as clean as they were hoping for. That means that they're going to get third party fairly quickly. So they're playing this one safe, waiting until they have to rotate. Still fairly early in this game, but a lot of squads already down.
Yeah, and then they got to worry. In about another 2 minutes time or so, that Revenant will have another totem up for them to try and make this push once more. Team Pop-Tarts have been trading away, still stuck over here by Sorting Factory. The scan goes down, Beast in the Hunt going for Impulse. Nades out to cover that door at the very least, and he backs away, again getting up to full health. Beast in the Hunt will be running out shortly. It's about waiting out the other Bloodhound as well. With that nade, it looks like they are ready to push out, as Lucas will be the first one going. Again, another scan, keeping them at bay currently. As you can see, this is just a chess match right now. NPL, though, they're just holding that high ground that you were talking about that maybe Sentinels would hold. And they do have Na'Vi, I believe, rotating underneath them from that train tracks. They're going to opt to go ahead and rotate early onto the train platform and take one of these buildings.
And we've seen endings happen right outside of these buildings too, and also on the platform directly on the opposite side of the train tracks. So this is a very popular ending. There's a third ending that is kind of more over towards where Sentinels is on the high ground as well. They'll have to drop down eventually, but there are at least 4 in the vicinity. So I do like that play coming in from Nestle Pure Life. Now we see what Team Liquid's doing, fresh off their win in game number 3, coming back on halftime. Hopefully haven't cooled down at all. I'd like to see some more crazy plays from Alvarelli. Looks like I love this angle coming in from Nocturnal. Great spray there. The Devotion Turbocharger Gibby.
Oh man, that just gives me bad flashbacks here. Liquid are trying to get very aggressive. Who is this on the other side? Is it going to be Rockstar? Quite possibly. I mean, typically Liquid and Rockstar have very similar rotation paths. And it looks like Liquid will just go ahead and bounce out of this one. They took too much damage. Nocturnal needs to hit that Phoenix kit. And so they're just going to bide their time for the time being. Now Relay is trying to find anything here with that wingman. He's basically a golden one here. He's got the R301 as well with the 2-4. But it looks like they'll just let that team go. And they weren't able to full commit onto it.
Yeah, you could see Nocturnal like slowly Counter-Strike crouching up, thinking that they were still there, but the scans from Hod6 show otherwise, and now he's going to take out that longbow again, which we saw Nocturnal using in the previous game where they won, and it's very close to where they actually won the game over towards this train track too. So they're going to be making a rotation over towards this west-hand side, which we know how many teams are going to be over here too. So this is going to be fairly difficult. They're going to meet a lot of resistance, and right now basically what they're doing is just checking each side, deciding which spot is going to be easier for them to go through. But oh no, Team Pringles is going to finish off CLG. While that happens, it looks like the third party is going to come through, and they don't have obviously a portal to get out of this one, so they're just going to have to heal up. That gold armor is going to help. Also that double time passive now coming through for Octane after the recent buffs over the last couple of months. Now they do reset throughout all of this, so I'm not quite sure what that EMP was for. Maybe once they saw that there wasn't any knocked players, they weren't going to go for it, but man, huge spray there coming in from Crummy. Tech does get knocked throughout all this. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of back and forth as the finish is going to go on to Blight. This is Team Lonely Fans now. I believe this is a 2-versus-1.
Yeah, and I think that was Team Rockstar trying to come in for the third party, but they were flanked themselves. Team Pop-Tarts in a fight, though, up against 303. It's all up to Lucas here. Cracks the armor, gets the knock onto Bambino, but as he's forced to reload, ASCII shoots him up in the back. Gold bag res coming in for 303 to get him back up, as it looks like Sentinels push on to NPL and take them out. We're down to 11 squads now, 31 players remaining as Rockstar are knocked out by Alliance.
Yeah, it looks like Nocturnal and Team Liquid are going to get involved on that one too. I'm really curious what happened with Nestle Pure Life and how Sentinels was able to take them down so quickly. No knocks going in from Nestle Pure Life onto the side of Sentinels. It was a full 3 versus 0 at that point, but they were both in priority positions. So to fight in the middle of the zone in a priority position without getting third partied is really impressive from Sentinels. So rest in peace, Nestle Pure Life, as we take a look at what is going on with 303 and their rotation. A minute and 30 seconds here. You can see this is something that Sentinels was at already at zone number 1 as they were taking the balloons over towards these priority positions. The rest of these teams are going to have to fight their way through.
Yeah, you see the pings going down as well. They want to try and make it towards that choke point that Sentinels rotated through earlier on. ASCII has his head on straight. Spots one popping out of that door, forcing out the bubble early on, but the port is going to be used by Paradise. Give them priority here on the high ground now. The positions have been flipped as they have the high ground here. Another team is up top though, and they have to be careful now. Again, they have to worry about the left as well from that choke point. Coming out, Sentinels can peek their head out at any moment. Beast in the Hunt will go down for Bambino, but he's going to be forced to take the port back as the defensive bombardment goes down on top of him. Hyarka picks that one up, so Los Carritos are here as well. GYD were camping the portal, and they take out 303.
Just an example of timing right there. And sometimes you could try to rotate too early and you don't anticipate a team that's going to be sitting up there. But at this point in the game, that is a very popular choke for a team to be holding. So they should have known a little bit better. But it's just a little bit of pressure on you. There's 40 seconds ticking down in that top left. You have to make a decision. And sometimes you feel like if you make a decision too late, it's going to come back to bite you. But if you make a decision too early, just like that, it comes back to bite you as well. So that's why timing is so important, as we have some Kobe's being trucked by Alberelli. He connects for 100. Meanwhile, Sentinels and another skirmish over towards the side. It looks like they already have one player knocked. Press is going to answer that, though, and now it's a 1 versus 1. Senox looks like he already has that upper hand, and he is going to take that fight. As Sentinels, we talked about that position, how many teams are going to want it, and they continue to fend off all of them.
Oh, TSM. Alberelli does get them out of trouble there, but it looks like Team Pringles are on top of it. Not going down over to Nocturnal, but the gold bag res is here for Alberelli to get him back up into this, as Team Liquid are still trying to survive. Defensive bombardment goes down on top of them as well, and so they go back down onto the low ground once again. Looks like Team Pringles, they've got the pressure on them. Zone is closing onto Team Liquid here as well, and so they have to try and find a safe spot to play in. But you can see the high ground angle being absolutely oppressive for Team Pringles here. Good shots going down. Liquid will fall as the bubble will be used. Phony gets hit up from somewhere. I don't even know where he got shot by there, but there's still 2 members of Pringles that are ready to peek on down. If they want to, they can try to full commit onto this, but it might mean that Hotsick does go down to the ring. Now Phony is ready to get aggressive. They know that it's a 2v3. They know that they have them pinned in a corner. There isn't much for them to do. It's Alliance actually running the Rev Octane now. They're coming in for the third party as well. This is a free one coming in. Alliance's Hawkins is trying with that hammer point to finish them all off, but RPR and Vibes is still here. They get the knock on to Phony before he gets cleared, and now it's RPR to try and finish things off. Alliance, though, getting third party now by Na'Vi, because it looks like they were camping the totem, but the bubble res is there. How aggressive does Na'Vi get? Team Pringles can just count their lucky stars that they were blessed with this third party.
And Na'Vi is a team that takes the high ground away from Sentinels. Sentinels fell throughout all of that too. So unfortunate, after defending that spot for so long, they just couldn't keep 4 or 5 boxes just sitting right there, maybe even more. So you could just see the amount of action that actually happened over here, all in the same exact spot. So many different armor swaps there. Na'Vi is in such a perfect position right here. All they have to do is gatekeep over towards this side, and they're going to get rewarded with a bunch more kills. And then once that happens, all you have to do is focus on the teams in front of you, and Alliance is going in for the finish there. That is going to be Phony and Fury dropping as well. And it's interesting to watch them play this Octane Revenant combo. You haven't seen it much in SeriesE. We did see a lot of different EMEA teams bring it to the table, but Alliance is probably one of the stronger teams that we have with this composition.
Yeah, I mean, they're just that team that always tries these wacky compositions and doing it in competitive as well. And generally, it works out for them during the Caustic meta. They were one of the first teams to start running the Caustic to great effect, winning some ALGSs with that. Also bringing out the Crypto. Now they're trying this composition. Don't know how long this will stick for. Now, here they go, making their push. We do have Na'Vi in front of them, I believe. They should be on the sludge unless they've already dropped down.
Looks like they were trying to just hold one side of the choke as well instead of being super greedy. We're already down to 4 squads as well. And so Alliance and Na'Vi on the north side of this zone. They've got an ultimate Excel being pinged. So Vipes might be ready for another death totem. They already have the jump pad as well.
If they are able to get that, they will definitely full send over towards this high ground. And we'll be seeing this composition next game if that's the case. I already have a feeling that Alliance is still going to use this one. But instead of fighting for the high ground, they are making a rotation over towards the side of this building, which is a lot more safe, just to buy them a little bit more time until they get all that utility that you were talking about, Jamerson. The jump pad, you can see it's already Thuman. It's coming back soon. Max Strafe, though, with nice shots there onto RBR with a Spitfire from long range. Now it's up to Hockey's, and he's doing some nice job with some cover fire, having some presence, and it is pulling across the train track like we're talking about on the platform. So Nestle Pure Life had the right idea early on towards Thermal. They just weren't able to survive Sentinels in the aggression, but Hockey's trying to survive his own.
Yeah, barely makes behind cover there, but it looks like Alliance will be able to fully heal up and the complete reset throughout all of this. Now with 4 squads left to go, we're taking a look at Team Cheez-It, who is trying to make their way on in. We'll see if they can climb on up. As that portal is set by Joey Blackout, they have to worry about the team above them as well, but good damage out with that flatline from Prodigy Aces. Surprised he didn't get the knock there. It was close, but they are the team that have the most difficult rotate here. I don't know if they can climb up through this. Here's Alliance though, making the push onto this tough team for now. It might be Sentinels here on the other side, but it looks like Alliance are getting poked from Na'Vi as well, and so they are not free here. They have the backup to heal up once again. No, it's GYD actually that are playing here on the south side.
And they're going to grab lift up from the bottom, Jamerson. That was the plan there. So they portaled down underneath, and then they have the horizon there. So they're going to be able to hit that grab lift and take over the platform. That was the thought process there coming in from Team Cheez-It, I believe. So really heads up play now. And now zone number 5 is going to close. And we may not even make it to zone number 6 based on where everyone's positioning is. And it's all full squads. So the third parties are going to happen. This is the grab lift play we're talking about.
They are going to make it up, and it looks like GYD are forced to push in as well, taking a lot of lava damage here throughout all of this, but they got the knock onto Joey Blackout. Their position is known, though. They are underneath. They need a gravity lift of their own to get back up, and we'll see if Yuki has it. He should be able to throw it down for them, but they're going to take so much ring damage, and he actually misses it. They found a safe spot inside this ledge. Yuki is up top by himself, but it looks like they will be able to sneak their way in. Nope, they're just going to bide their time for now. GYD, now here in the top 4 of the squad, they have 7 kills amongst them. They're letting Team Cheez-It, Team Na'Vi, and Alliance fight this all out. As Rakanishu gets finished off, Joey Blackout is just going to try and survive for as long as possible here as a solo.
He's going for the res, but you can see that player on the stairs there is going to peek this, and he gives up on that one. Smart heads up play. Just use the knockdown shield. Try to play this angle, but it looks like he was stuck from behind, and Max Strafe is going to get the knock onto Vapes as well, and that is going to be Rakanishi, Joey Blackout, and Prodigy Aces finally going down. Team Cheez-It, valiant effort, but just not enough here, as a lot of our Amiya teams are starting to get very aggressive over here, over towards the side. Navi still has that high ground that Sentinels had before. Remember, you still have Nasty, Yuki, and those guys down below right now. Is now they're going to make their move. Is that's going to be knocks coming out on both sides, so expect the grab lift, and that is they're coming over towards the side, which means Ron's going to go and take the portal back to get to the high ground, but because of the fact they lost Max Strafe, it's going to make it so much more difficult.
GYD about to get back-to-back now here, or just try to get a second victory, excuse me. Taking their win, I believe, in game at number 2. And they have the numbers advantage. Na'Vi are down to a duo. I believe Alliance is just down to 1 left. And GYD, they might take away the first place position from Applejacks after 4 games. Got the Peacekeeper in hand. Yuki has been absolutely slaying out on this horizon as well. They have 8 kill points at the very least. This is going to be another big game for GYD.
Definitely, we'll see what Yuki's going to be able to do with this wingman. He has the red dot, gold mag, quick draw as well. Another basically gold wingman like you were talking about, Jamerson. The only thing he's missing is a skull piercer. Sometimes people like the quick draw instead. Down towards this end game, it's really going to come up to just playing the wall here, just like they're doing. You see the other team only has a little bit of that blue crate to play with. And then as soon as Nasty gets his bubble, they're going to advance on this. And they're also going to use a little bit more utility coming in from Yuki if they need it.
Yeah, There's an Octane pad set up as well, so if they need to cut the distance, they definitely can, but the knock's already gone down. Nesh has fallen, and GYD will take their second win of the evening here in a big way. Probably take away the lead from Team Applejacks.
We'll see. Team Applejacks didn't have that bad of a game, but overall Team Cheez-It had a pretty solid one too. But it was GYD, like you were saying, back-to-back wins. Super rare there in Series E, especially on our pro day. But it's better to have, you know, a good mid-game and end game than it is to start off hot. We'll see if Applejacks can continue their momentum that they had the first 3 games.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and take a break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 of Series E after this.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the balls in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so close for the goal. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, so back here in the Esports Arena, Orange County studio after 4 games. And we got to see GYD, Nasky, and the boys grabbing another victory, as they mentioned on the cast. They're second on the night as they grabbed one in game 2. We will check the leaderboards a little later in the cast, but I think they may have passed up Team Applejacks. GYD looking strong, Nasky carrying the momentum from what Croissant Warriors had last night, and we'll see if they can finish strong, because again, they can't rest on their laurels like Nasky did a bit last night. In that second half did cost them first place, but we'll see if they can keep it rolling. Meanwhile, as they mentioned on the cast, Team Cheez-Its, some solid performances, some good placements tonight. They haven't been able to go get a win under their belt, but they're continuing to rack up the kills and the points, so we'll see if maybe they can chase down first place with 2 games to go. Let's check out our post-game stats here through 4 games. The last one, obviously, GYD. Nasky looking really strong. 8 kills for him here for the GYD squad. That's a really strong performance from the boys. We'll see if they can keep that rolling with 2 games left to go. And Phony, Team Pringles, haven't been able to grab that top spot tonight after getting the win last night, but Phony here with over 2,000 damage. They're looking strong. They're trying to hold on to that first place spot in our partner team standings. Had Pop-Tarts right on their heels coming into tonight, but it's been kind of a rough day for Pop-Tarts. They haven't really gotten a lot going, so Pringles certainly feeling comfortable, hoping to continue to add to that lead. We'll see what they can do as well. 2 games left to go. We're going to head to a break, but when we come back, Jamerson and T-Squared bring a game 5.
Shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
It's fruit refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. Now all our top fresh flavored splash.
It's fruit freshen.
Cheese It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's your snack hit. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavor and barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
One shot, not a future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance at the soul. Goes with the go. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go. Fruit flavored splash. It's fruit refreshing.
About time I got here. I'm never on time, I'm always late. Am I right, Sam? That's what I'm talking about. Tony T, what up, big boss? You know what to do.
Here I come, I am Cinnamon.
It's Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws. They're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's your snack hit. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Right, like some of these guys
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We had GYD taking another win there in game number 4, which is going to upset the balance on the leaderboard. So let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see where they stand. They are now 10 points in the lead with 59 overall above Team Applejacks.
And Team Applejacks was looking so strong after the first 3 games, but all of a sudden out of nowhere, Nasky, Yuki, and Dell really stepping it up. And also keep in mind, Alliance is now creeping up on that leaderboard too. They weren't even in the top 3 all day today until just recently. Team Liquid, they had a pretty strong performance on that one game. I can't remember. I think it was game number 2 or 3 as well, when they had that great rotation taking down Sentinels. But speaking of Sentinels, they're in 5th place, kind of silently making their way up too. But it's really up to Applejacks, Alliance, and Liquid right now, in my opinion, if anyone's going to catch up to Nasky, Yuki, and Dell.
Yeah, we still have 2 games left to go. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 4. And it was here where Team Pringles decided to try and push this fight up against Team Liquid. You saw Alliance instantly coming in for the third party with that Revenant Octane composition.
It was pretty well executed too. You could see everybody uses the death totem so they get sent back fully and do as much damage as possible throughout all that. The goal is you really basically want to get sent back. It's important because you don't want to be in an instance where it runs out and you haven't fully healed. And there's a lot of different layers to being able to push here. You also have to be constantly worried about the third parties. So the fact that they were able to come through and get these cleanups and continue to get kills is a testament to just really how skilled they are. But they have a lot of experience on this composition. So I'm expecting them to stay with this one, and we'll see if that is what they need to really boost their way into this leaderboard, because when there's less Octanes and Revenants, that makes your composition just a little bit stronger here too. So it's going to be fun to see what they're able to do.
Yeah, and Hawk is pulling out the hammer point as well on the P2K. I was wondering why he was using that. Well, you know, they just want to trade away the damage, get the shields down, and then go ahead and make another push with the hammer point here. And so Alliance, this might be what they need, like you said, because they do need to catch up, right? They need a number of kill points. They can't just get the W's. They need these 12, 13 kill games to try and catch up. Here we go, though, heading into game number 5, joining on board once again with GYD as they make their drop over at Frag East.
Can they do it again? 3 in a row for GYD? Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Post your favorite teams. Curious to see who you guys are rooting for. But right now, I'm actually rooting for GYD because I want to see back-to-back wins. But at the same time, I hope that other teams really, especially our partner teams, put up some solid performances. We've seen some great things from Applejacks, Team Cheez-Its, especially. And then their team fighting has been phenomenal too. So I think that last game we saw a lot slower pace than we were expecting. Hopefully it's going to be the case going into this game too. Oh, we got the contestant going on again.
Fight again. Team Pringles looking like they're winning that one out. Already getting the thirst onto Bird. Stunny down to 1 HP. So it's just going to be the 2v3 for Team Rice Krispies, who just not... I've only found 1 win in these 50-50s so far, but it looks like Team Pringles are about to make it 4-1. We'll see how strong this push is. It's only white armors as well for Rice Krispies, as they have been scanned up. And at least get the upgrade to the R301 from the RE45, but looks like Team Pringles are taking the time on this one.
I just don't see the point of the 50-50 when there could possibly be some open space on the map, because nothing's worse than sitting here for a couple hours and basically watching another team play the game after they killed you, and that's basically what's happening for Team Rice Krispie Treats. So unlucky right now that they haven't been able to get these wins, but again, there's other teams waiting in the wings trying to capitalize right now, and now Lonely Fans making some adjustments.
Yeah, Lonely Fans tried to come in for the third party, and it seems that's what was keeping Team Pringles at bay. They cannot push with the sword of Damocles hanging over their head right here. But it looks like Lonely Fans will opt to maybe just make the push onto Rice Krispies instead, as they have backed away. They have been dropping over by Harvester, and this is some of the best loot they've come out with so far. Purple armor along with the double blue. There's the ping going down onto Rice Krispies. They have not pulled the trigger yet, and it looks like there might be some discordant calls going out. It looks like they all have separate ideas of what they want to do.
Thanks for pulling up the map. We can see this is going to pull probably over towards Survey and Refinery area. So right now, Flashpoint, one of our teams that's very good at early rotations. Also, CLG now making the rotation too. Third Impact, the team that drops over towards Epicenter, is going to be interested in making their way there too fairly soon. So now I see what Team Cheez-It is doing. Still just looting things up over towards the side. They have quite some distance to make.
Yeah, but Team Cheez-It, they've been great about navigating through a lot of this mid game for now. Rakanishu throwing out the scans into Geyser. No teams here for them to face off against. We'll see if Pop-Tarts maybe are in the area, but it's Team Razor. They've already made their way into Frag, and you know, they're not running a recon hero, so they don't know exactly where this ring is going to pull, so they're just going to opt for a more neutral position over here in Frag and see how the map develops.
Yeah, I like this play again. It's a slow, methodical edge play, which is typically what you do, like you're talking about, without recon characters. It's tough to do. So you're looking for skirmishes, you're looking for teams that are weak, looking for armor checks consistently, and now you do have another fight happening. It's Team Cheez-It on the rotation over towards Geyser. Rakanishu did hit some scans. They found where players are, and now Prodigy Aces goes and chucks that black hole, but it doesn't land. He does force all the players inside, though. All the utility being used. Doesn't look like anything is hit quite yet, though. Now Team Cheez-It, after one more scan, should be able to send this.
Yeah, Rakanishu is trying to find a way on in. This door is covered, so Joey Blackout can't push quite yet. But here we go, finds his entrance as 303 made a full three-man push onto Rakanishu, punishing Team Cheez-It now. And Team Cheez-It are scrambling to try and recover here. Luckily for him, they did close the door on him, so that might buy them some time, but Rakanishu will get finished off. Here comes the drop down, but Joey Blackout hit some decent shots until he goes down. It's all Prodigy Aces now left in the 1v3 for Team Cheez-It. What a turn by 303.
That's all she wrote for Team Cheez-It. Prodigy Aces should be going down here fairly soon, if not right now. And like you said, great turnaround. Pro teams, good players. Everybody is so aware of when you're split up, especially with the Bloodhound scans, that if you make a mistake like that, and it doesn't even seem like a mistake until you get punished for it, Rakanishu goes down so quickly because he wasn't with his team. And that's just a little bit of hesitation from the rest of the players not going in the building when they thought they were. So 303, going to love what they see there. Now Team Intel, they're trying to stay alive. Haven't had the best performance that they have. They're not typically what we're used to seeing. So love to see them pick it up. Looks like they're going to go for a little bubble scan on top of the beacon building here in No Name, and then they'll realize that this rotation is going to be most likely directly in front of them over towards that epicenter side, taking the high ground, most likely where the blue trailer would be a perfect spot for Team Intel to play if it's not taken.
They don't actually go for the bubble scan because they, oh yeah, it looks like they had the scan already. And so they know where this is. It looks like they're going to try and hole up and take the eastern edge, and there should be very little resistance. The squads that have already dropped here, Refinery, Overlook, No Name, should have already made their way on in, but they're going to take a very safe path, going through the train tunnel instead. Get the scans ahead of them as well to know that they've got the all clear to move through here. Team Intel, though, they need to have some big games if they want a chance at first place. They're pretty low on the leaderboard so far, as it looks like we've got Team Liquid in a fight up against Rockstar once again.
Very similar rotations. It's definitely bound to happen. But it's Crummy going down first. He switched off Wraith, goes on over to Octane. I believe that's going to be Albarole that just sends it up on top of that zip line. But against Team Liquid in a 2-on-3, they are going to slowly pick you apart. And there it is. Matt Pickett gets stuck. He's going to go down to Hodsick, and there's the finish as well. Only taking 100 damage. There's the quick armor swap as well. And the scan at the perfect time from Hodsick, looking for the third party. And they just completely played that perfectly.
I'm just surprised by the timing here. Team Liquid that do drop in Skyhook. Must have been lurking around waiting for something here, and they do actually come up big, getting that kill onto Team Rockstar. We're down to 17 squads, 50 players remaining. So one squad currently still playing this one out as a duo. That might be Rice Krispies, who have never, who might not have ever recovered their third player. Team Liquid, everything's golden here, as they've got triple gold armor and all the loot they could really ask for. That was a pretty easy or pretty clean team fight for them.
Super well executed. Now Team Liquid with triple gold is going to be scary to deal with. And I think that as long as they continue to take these fights and take them smart, and they're going to end up running into a possible another third party here as OnlyFans finds themselves trying to make their way over through the cave choke, but there is a team waiting in the wings there as 6 gets taken down by Serdell from GYD. So GYD continuing that momentum from game number 3 and 4. But look at this, OnlyFans so split up. This is going to be Alliance. Hackies takes a lot of initial damage, but they have done a lot of damage at the same time to OnlyFans. Everybody going to heal back up. And I think they are just now a little bit too far and out of position to go and fully send this one. So unfortunate for Alliance, but oh, never mind. Looks like they're interested in going no matter what.
Yeah, the bubble used by RPR as well as he was dropped down to 1 HP. That sniper putting in a lot of work with the triple take from the high ground angle. RPR still needs to hit that medkit, but the bubble's going to go down before it even goes off. He realizes that and will move on over to better cover. They still need to deal with this. It looks like they will be able to secure the Thirst at the very least onto Blueberry Smalls. But here is Nasky, Yuki, and Dale. They are playing the houses just outside of Refinery right now. Be only the duo here left as they're able to get that initial kill onto 6. So Metro and company are the only ones left now. We'll see how aggressive GYD try to get off of this. They are currently the leaders of the lobby. They don't really want to push the issue if they don't have to.
That's right. They're going to just wait for one of these players to make a mistake. And they're also trying to decide if any third parties are coming, because then they'll double team both of these players, this duo directly in front of them, and then they'll skirmish into a full-on 3v3 while deciding if a fourth party is going to come. So there's a lot of different layers to what's going on for Nasky, Yuki, and Dell right now. The main thing is not making any mistakes, major mistakes, just like you were talking about, Jamerson. Sitting pretty right now at the top of the leaderboard. As we take a look at that mini map, we know which teams rotated fairly early. Na'Vi was there. CLG made their way over towards the top of Epicenter. And then you do have, obviously, the big play from Flashpoint to get inside of Survey. So now Metro are going to send it on to Serdell. This is what we're talking about, not making any mistakes. Now they've taken so much initial damage right here, and that's going to be Nasky getting down 2. So this is possibly a 2-on-3. Now it's just Yuki at a 1-on-2. Are you kidding me?
And Pop-Tarts are poised, waiting to try and come in for the third party, but Intel hold that off expertly. It was, of course, for the saving grace of Team Pop-Tarts playing on the hill, laying in with the charge rifles, with the snipers, doing a lot of damage there, and GYD are out. That's going to leave a huge opportunity for our other squads, for Alliance. If Alliance survived this, Phony was able to get a knock onto Hawkins. That was for the triple take, though. So that was a long-range shot, and we'll see if they survive for now. Team Razor, though, here on the high ground over by Epicenter, have a team spotted out, trying to rotate through. Here comes the push out from Pringles, trying to punish that knock that they got earlier on. But the nades are keeping them at bay for the time being. You can see the silences are being thrown out behind them as well, just to try and stop this. So might have been able to get the res. Nope, never mind. Hawkins is stuck out here by himself. Team Pringles will pick that one up.
Yeah, and it's important to finish off Hockey's maybe even a little bit earlier there, so the pings don't go down and he can't communicate to his teammates as the IGL exactly what they should be doing. So Team Pringles, they'll take the 1 kill while they can, but hopefully next time they're able to pick up just a little bit more. Either way, getting that loot, getting that rotation over towards the side is going to be big, and still just round 2, so shouldn't meet much resistance over there as the rest of these teams should already be setting up. Speaking of setting up Pop-Tarts, they are holding the top of this hill. We've seen plenty of teams go and hold this one, but they're going to have to deal with CLG. You can see all 3 players from CLG sitting in that top middle area with snipers.
Yeah, and that's why they are cowering behind all of this cover. There's an opportunity for them to try and push onto that duo of Team Intel, but they have not taken it. They didn't see any of the trades. Here we are on board with Liquid over at Survey Camp. A lot of damage going down onto Abralele as they're trying to make their way into this building. Bubble is there from the other Gibraltar. Allows them to push up for free. Good damage out with that Massive, but it's a full 3-man push. Finicky takes the first kill onto Nocturnal, but Hotzig does answer back. It's down to a 2v2, but Team Liquid have no armors to work with. Here's Na'Vi coming in for the third party. Scans down on all the players here. You can see the fighting instantly stopped because of that. But Na'Vi have to be wary of this as well. But there they go, getting the first knock. Finicky goes down. They know that the trades were there, and they will finish off Flashpoint. But where is the rest of Team Liquid? Will Na'Vi be able to finish them off? There is the scan. See the bubble as well. Might have gotten the res, but we'll see. Nocturnal goes down. It's traded back. Abralele with the wingman hitting big shots, but somehow Nesh through the bubble. That's the knock onto Abralele, and Team Liquid will fall to Na'Vi.
Yeah, unfortunate for Hodsick that he was put in a 2-on-1 situation right there. It was a great job by Abralele, but Nocturnal was still fairly weak. Na'Vi with the perfectly timed portal comes through and picks up almost every single kill point that they were hoping for. But oh, Dracos with the R9 is going to take down Presley, and it looks like a couple more players are going to be in the vicinity too. Nice little arc star is going to be laying behind this player, but I don't think that's going to be enough damage. It is onto Bambino with just a sliver of HP. Phony, can he get the armor swap over here? Those EVA shots look good, but only connecting for 7 and 8. Now it's basically a 2-on-1 as Phony was able to get the armor swap. This is Nestle Pure Life, and I believe this is only the last player alive, and it is. He's weak too, so that's even better for Phony. So they're going to be able to get that res and get right back into the game. Applejacks find themselves in another skirmish. All hell breaking loose over towards Epicenter.
Yeah, it's Pop-Tarts now with that man advantage. Rollers running away throughout all of this defensive bombardment going down. That's going to allow Stomps to get the get rezzed up. It looks like just as long as they don't get hit by an errant one. Team Pop-Tarts survive. They will maintain control over the hill here and get the res and get the full heal for Stomps as well. The bat already being finished off. Now he's going to prep that med kit. It looks like Team Applejacks are getting pushed though, as Duplex did go down to 303, and CLG gets involved as well, finishing off Rollers. We're down to 9 squads, 26 players remaining here. As like you said, all hell breaking loose, and it's just the 3rd ring. Already half the lobby is gone. Pop-Tarts have to be careful. This might be an opportunity for maybe Intel to try and get the flank on them, but it looks like they still have maintained full control over this hillside. Team Razor playing on the southwest side of the zone. Is Hakulo. He's got a couple people spotted out. 1 close to him and 2 playing over by that northern building on Frag West. He will be able to rejoin his squad. Now you can see that ring pulling ever and ever more north throughout all of this. Another defensive bombardment going down, but Pop-Tarts, they've got the bubble ready to go. This might be Team Intel below them.
Remember, it's just a duo, but still, this duo is coming through with some big dubs after taking down Nasty Yuki and Dell. Metro with the shots should be able to, not able to get the knock right there. Pop-Tarts comes through, and it stomps, and it's the finish, and it's all 3 players at the same time, baiting and switching. Very nicely executed there. CLG is also going to drop from the high ground and take down 303. So back-to-back fights now with 7 full squads remaining.
Yeah. And at this point now, it's going to be a hard rotate for CLG stuck at the bottom of Epicenter, but it looks like they're considering just rotating around from the eastern side, and they can work off all this cover. Lou a little bit trigger happy there. Put a full EVA 8 shot into one of his own team members, but luckily we don't have friendly fire on, and Max, what is happening here? You're about to get back spanned, buddy.
Yeah, seriously. Now we get Alliance going through, and this has been such a fast-paced game, and I love to see this. The Arc Star coming through. Did that stick? I don't think it did, but it does huge damage. Takes down 2 players to no shields. Hakulo and Zeratricky are going to finish, and that has to be the Mobile 1 high-performance moment of the game. I don't care who wins. That was so clean.
Yeah, and then Alliance are ready to turn on the other squad as well, as Hakas will back off. So yeah, we didn't actually check in on that, but Alliance were able to get back in, Hakas back into the game throughout all of this, as they are still maintaining this high ground. They have a minute to try and work this. They need to rotate as well, but they have resistance right now. Don't have a death totem. They don't have the mobility, as they've already used that jump pad. They might have it very shortly here, but it looks like they're not going to take the fight anymore. They're going to try and rotate through the southwest side.
Yeah, and they're hopefully looking for some ult cells within these 3 boxes so they can get that death totem back up like you were talking about, with 40 seconds left to go. And still some action over here. Could be the opportunity to go and rotate while other teams are fighting, especially 2 good teams like CLG and Team Pop-Tarts, but it's madness with back-to-back Impulse! The Tomahawk!
Oh my god! And that's why you need the heirloom. He couldn't have done that without the heirloom, guys. But yeah, he somehow survives 1 HP, the last melee hitting. He's got the gold bag res now as well to get Stomps back into this. I'm surprised, while seeing that on the kill feed, that Alliance aren't here for the 3rd party. They are prioritizing for the rotate instead. We are at 5 squads remaining, 5 full squads as well. Alliance knows what's on the line. They need to catch up to GYD, and this is their opportunity to do it. They already have 6 kills in the bag. They've already secured another 4 points in terms of placement. They have caught up to GYD here.
And it's so fun to watch survey camp zones now compared to what the meta was basically back when I was competing, which was the Waston meta. So all these buildings would have been taken up. The blue trailer would have been taken up right in front of you. There would have been probably about 10 teams, but instead we get this crazy aggressive Octane Revenant composition where they're just going to continue to send it and continue to fight and see who's going to be better with hand-to-hand combat and gun skills, instead of who can actually just close in while the zone is actually closing too. So now Alliance is going to go in. It's going to be Waves Oh, huge Eva, 8 shots. Not able to get a knock quite yet, but so close to being able to do so. That's more than enough damage for Hockey's to come through. That's going to be the PK. That's going to be one member from Team Pringles going down. Hockey's most likely going to have to hit up a battery while this is happening, but the third party is in the vicinity. The bubble is going to go down. This is Team Pringles and another team behind them. That's going to be Team Pop-Tarts joining the fray as well. And Presley with some massive shots right there. Nasty, and they are going to take him down. But Alliance was able to pick up a lot of kill points through all that. Now 3 squads, all 3 full.
Yeah, we have third impact. We got Pop-Tarts as Na'Vi able to finish off third impact. Excuse me now. Pop-Tarts were able to fully recover as well. Full healed. We've got the double Evos, and Team Pringles get finished off. So it's the final 3v3 in ring number 5. We never get to really see that, honestly. But yeah, there was just so much fighting taking place right here. And you got to imagine it was just off the back of Alliance really forcing the issue a lot of the times here. Na'Vi healing up now. So Na'Vi versus Pop-Tarts for the final 3v3 fight.
What do you think, Jamerson? Think they'll grief us and wait until zone 6 and for it to close, or you think they're going to duke it out and fight? I think they're going to fight here very, very soon. And this has been an extremely fast-paced game. I mean, game number 4 was slow, methodical. This has just been an all-out bloodbath, and especially for a zone where things typically are a little bit slower here. You see a lot of teams coexisting, but it's the aggression coming out for Alliance, and it's that Revenant Octane combo, especially with Bloodhounds involved, where you can scan and see exactly when you want to go in third party, and that's why we have such a fast-paced game in game number 5.
Yeah, it looks like Na'Vi still had a little bit of that high ground open, so they don't have to drop down quite yet. So it's going to come down once again to another methodical 3v3 team fight. But trying to find the angles. As you can see, Ron with the high ground here does have Max Strafe on the left-hand side with Nesh, as they're trying to take the high ground with the Pathfinder zip line, and so that keeps Pop-Tarts in a very vigilant state. They have to be aware of all of these different angles now, and Na'Vi are expertly using it. But yeah, now as this slow circle closes in another minute 10 seconds, you know, this is the opportunity for Na'Vi to try and pick apart Pop-Tarts.
Wow, they're going to grief us. Are you kidding me? Just fight. I'm just kidding. There's so much on the line here. There's also all these other pro players. You know they're watching you, so you want to make sure that you're not getting harshly judged by any crazy mistakes that you're making. And they're going to be like, oh, wow, what is so-and-so doing there? And that's why you want to make sure that you always play these end zones so well. Now it's Na'Vi making a portal play. I like this, getting a couple different angles. Obviously, when you have the high ground, you typically have the advantage here, but that's a really great spray there from Lucas. That's going to force Nesh to go and hit the battery. And now the push comes through. So the aggression comes in through from Na'Vi all the way through that portal, but it's the high ground, which is way too useful, and the big shots there, they're going to drop stomps.
And importantly, Ron baiting out that defensive bombardment with the portal. And now they've got the numbers advantage. It's traded back, though. Impulse with the PK, bringing this now to a 2v2. Now it's a 1v2. Nesh, it's all up to you. But he will not be able to clutch it up. It's Pop-Tarts that take the win here in game number 5.
No way you thought Pop-Tarts was going to win that after that first initial knock, but we're talking about it. We've brought it up before. Pringles, Applejacks, Pop-Tarts, these new teams, these new rosters coming through, fresh blood into Season 2 here in SeriesE, and they pull it off. Big win there for Team Pop-Tarts.
And really great game for a lot of the other squads here, especially teams that were trying to catch up to GYD, who were in first place. I believe they only picked up 1 point overall in game number 5, which is going to allow a lot of squads to catch up. We'll find out, though, after this break. We're going to tabulate the results and see what happens on the leaderboard right after this.
Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. One shot, now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. With the bars and the breaks, I'm talking one chance that was so close for the go. It's one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Huh. Well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Whew! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Arena Orange County studio. I am just trying to catch my breath after that exciting finish. Team Pop-Tarts knocking down Navi in that final circle to take game number 5. Yeah, absolutely love to see those kinds of spicy finishes. And Pop-Tarts, who haven't had the greatest of days today. They've been struggling a little bit, haven't carried the momentum that they built in week number 4, but that is certainly a strong game 5, and we'll see what they can do in game 6 to see if they can chase down GYD. As Jamerson mentioned, I believe GYD only grabbed a single point. They were sitting on a 10-point lead going into game 5. Only 1 point there, though, is going to mean the pack can catch up, and it puts us in a very interesting spot. We came into last night's final game with Croissant Warriors, including Nasky, with a not that big of a lead, right? They had been sitting ahead 30 points. They came into the last game, that lead had shrunk, and then it fell apart in the final game. Team Pringles came through, was able to grab the double. Have to see if somebody like a Team Applejacks, like a Team Pop-Tarts, or somebody else can get to the top of the hill here in the final game. Promises to be a fun one. Let's check out our post-game stats here. Game 5, all done. Farmer Lucas and the boys looking super strong. Lucas finishes with 6 kills. He is the kill leader in that game. And Impulse looking really strong, over 2,100 damage. So really great performance from those guys. And we'll have to see, can they repeat it? Can this team get to the top this Saturday night? We'll find out. We got game 6 for you guys, brought to you by Jamerson and T-Squared after a break.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We're getting ready for the final game of the evening. And before we get into that, we have to take a look at the leaderboard. GYD went down early in game number 1, but they still maintained their lead. Applejacks fell early on as well. And so there's only an 8-point difference between them now. Alliance wasn't able to get as much as I had hoped in that 5th game, but they are currently 16 points behind GYD.
Basically, looking at the leaderboard, you see these top 7 teams all realistically have a chance here, because if you assume your average win is sitting around 20 points, that's basically what you're going to be needing here, but something a little bit bigger. So you're going to have a pop-off game if you're, say, Team Pringles, Pop-Tarts, or Liquid. But if you're Navi, Alliance, Applejacks, or normal dub here would work, but you also got to keep out for GYD in that kill feed.
Yeah, and if you're Alliance, if you're Navi, and you're Liquid looking to try and upset for that first place position, you're looking for another unforced error for GYD. It was a 2v3, or a 3v2 push up against Team Intel that put them out early in game number 5, one that we thought they could take pretty handedly. But again, the third party, Pop-Tarts poking away from a distance, really did prove to be a huge thorn in their side.
And I'm looking at the bottom right-hand side where Team Rice Krispie Treats is. Keep in mind, if you're just joining us, 4 points, that's because they are getting 50-50 every single time, and they are losing that 50-50 as well. So I'd love to see them even try something a little bit different, because that's not where they should be. They should not be sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. Hey, someone's got to do it. But surprisingly enough, we talked about this. Intel, Razer, the teams that were dominating last season and sitting basically at the top of the leaderboards have been slowing down a little bit. It seems like Apple Jacks, Pop-Tarts, and Pringles now in Season 2 that have been impressing the most. We'll see if Apple Jacks can close this one out and take down GYD.
Yeah, we have our Mobile One high performance moment of game number 5, and it is going to be Alliance making this high octane push as the arc start narrowly missing there, and they're getting bounced around left and right by the grab lift. But you can see 2 early kills, and then they finish it all off, taking out Muffins. That's the strength of this composition.
There were so many moments of this game. I mean, there was bottom center where, was that Team Pop-Tarts where they lived fighting CLG down below? I believe it was, right?
Yes, and
Bottom
we have to
middle,
remember
yeah.
that Pop-Tart did end up win this, and we thought there was an opportunity for Alliance to come in for the third party here.
Yeah, exactly. So that was a little bit of a missed opportunity there for Alliance, but either way, it was so fun to watch Hackies go through this. And I love my favorite part about this clip is where he hits the icicle right there, and that actually helps him fall straight down. And then he goes and hits the extra jump there too. And then this player is just strafing in the middle of the air, not even expecting him to come behind him. So that's a really great play, clean play coming in from Alliance. But if you're wondering why these games are so fast, again, just like we were talking about in game number 5, this Octane Revenant just forces a lot of action. They're coming through. It's going to create a lot of third parties. And now when teams get desperate towards the tail end, they start to play a little bit more aggressive and a little bit crazier than they do, because they know they need big games to catch up.
Yeah, we're going to be able to see this one more time. And, you know, all these pro players say it's so hard to hit a horizon when she's in her queue and she's just strafing around. I mean, just do what Hawkins does here. Just follow her up the gravity lift and barrel stuff her with an EVA 8. That's how easy it is, guys. Come on. I don't see what the problem is.
Yeah, exactly. Great control there going up the grab lift too. But it's more about the willingness to go and send that, and how everybody is able to do that at the same time. It's not easy to do. A lot of players mess up with the death totem. They either don't fight all the way to the death, or they just sit around, and then the death protection goes away, and then they end up kind of sitting all the way away from their teammates because they got ported back. So there's a lot of experience that comes through. You have to have a lot of unity and teamwork here, and you have to have a lot of confidence in your teammates.
Yeah, and this was extreme confidence. And it's not like Alliance haven't run a Revenant composition before. I mean, this time, or well, what, about 7 months ago, they were definitely experimenting with that. We saw them pulling out the Revenant composition a lot when we were playing on Kings Canyon in competitive for the short time that we had that. And they used it to great effect. Here we are, though, heading into game number 6. Rice Krispie Treats, the final game for them here of the night. We'll see if they go for that 50-50. And again, it looks like GS Bird already has his eyes sight on staging. And so, can they turn this around? Can they make this at least a 4-2 in terms of the 50-50 fight?
Yeah, 4-2 is not that bad, right? That's like, we'll go again next week. But if you lose 5-1, do you go again next week? I don't know.
I mean, I would have thought after the first half, you just find somewhere else to drop. But they are going to stick to it, and they do have a lot of stick-to-itiveness at this point. And we're seeing that, Pringles are even respecting it. Even though they got that 1 kill early on in the last game, they didn't full send it onto them there. They decided to hold off at this point. You can see the drops coming out, spreading out from RKT. They're trying to hard punish this, but no, they have made it a little bit more conservative. The low ground taken by Bird. He's got to be careful here, as he does have those 3 bins, but is it even going to be worth to take this loot? It looks like MPL are getting pushed by SeriesE, and they do trade 1-for-1 up against Sentinels.
Interesting that NPL wants to go, and instead of Overlook, they were finding a couple different spots to go and land. Now they end up over towards Sentinels, but a Rez is going to go on to Senox, and he has blue armor. That's big coming in with the purple mag Volt to start here for SeriesE. That's all he's going to need to go and fight, so he's going to go and full send this one as the Rez did come through. There's a nice little armor swap there if he needs it. Instead, he's going to elect to go and hit cells here. So having utility this early in the game is going to be great for Sentinels, but absolute psychotic play here from Nestle Pure Life, who's sitting over towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Sentinels sitting on the left-hand side. Not sure how many points they actually need. I think they're going to need somewhere around like 30 plus, so a little bit unrealistic, but possibly I'll play for second place as Finicky is going to drop ball on G there from third impact.
Yeah, and third impact. They're no strangers to fighting off the Rift as well, but here it is. Sentinels continuing their fight now as Dracos will go down. Crust finished that one off. Here it is, the full push coming out from Flashpoint. Ziki stuck in the corners. Jazz with only 1 HP will get finished off. Flashpoint. Take them out. We're already down to 18 squads. Throughout all of that, the Pringles and RKT fight was taking place as well, and they got one knock throughout all of that, and they will be able to finish off Stunny here, and that's going to be Rice Krispie Treats going down. Third parties already coming in as Fury is getting hit up. Boney is trying his best to survive. It is going to be Alliance that come in for a fast third party, but here's the fourth party. Los Carritos want to have their opportunity, but it looks like the silences will slow them down enough. At the very least, Alliance are out of there.
And the 50-50 ends up becoming just an all-out fight at staging involving 4 to 5 teams. There goes the EMP coming in from 90. Bubble is going to be used coming in for both players, though, and now he's going to full send into the enemy bubble. There was a grenade waiting for him, but he's just going to go right past that one. You can see player outlines, one guy over towards his left-hand side. That player located directly beneath him. Tosses a Kobe up over towards the air, and it does connect, so that was a great thermite. Backing down one player, and Base actually finds a knock through all of that, so there's knocks coming on both sides. This is Team Alliance full sending it now in a 2-on-1 as Hacky's doing his best with that P20 hammer points to get the kills, but it's Vapes who's rewarded with him. 3 overall, 4 assists coming in for Hacky's.
No, I believe Alliance, they need to catch up by about 16 points or so. And this is going to definitely help them, having 5 kill points across the team so far, with 15 teams left to go. GYD haven't made a peep quite yet as well, still maintaining their lead. Applejacks aren't too far behind them as well. But it's Team Alliance who are in the 3rd place position, who need to pick up a lot of kills. Team Intel here on the south side of Sorting Factory. They got the first knock onto Senox. So now Sentinels, again, playing with another man down. They've been bleeding out. I wouldn't be surprised if their bleed out timer was just like 2 seconds. Retzi going down again. So it's all going to be up to Crust here in a 1v3. He has been scanned, and 6 drops down for it. He'll be able to pick that one up very shortly with the EVA 8. And he got a res on one, actually, surprisingly enough. And so Team Intel have to hunt down that last man once again, as it looks like another team might be coming up from behind them up at Sorting Factory.
Yeah, it looks like they're aware of that one, but it seems 6 is fairly spread out throughout all of this. Team Cheez It now making the rotation over towards the high ground platform, over towards Sorting Factory too. I like this play. This is a very dominant position. See if they're able to get rewarded with a couple of kills. We knew that team's down below them, but 14 squads remaining and EMP being popped off over towards the side. Tech actually switches on over. Pickett goes on over to Octane, and then Trinal coming into sub for Crummy here towards the tail end of things, going Gibraltar. So another change of composition coming in for Rockstar. We'll see if it ends up working out. Nice little spray there with the Bolt is going to weaken that player. And Pickett obviously is a dodgeball master as he's duck diving, dipping and dodging all over the place, and is going to avoid that thermite so he stays alive too. And that is going to be Team Liquid going down, but there's also Na'Vi in the vicinity. So we'll see if Rockstar is going to be able to recover and get rid of this third party.
Yeah, no one went down. They do have the armor swaps to work with, and Na'Vi realized that as well, and they were pretty far off. You saw it was a charge rifle shot that I believe took out Alberlele at the beginning of this fight as well. So Na'Vi understand they don't have the opportunity anymore to try and punish Rockstar, but we are now down to 14 squads. It's 38 players remaining, so we have a number of damaged teams throughout all of this as well. We haven't been able to even talk about the zone quite yet because the action has been so fast. It's still round 1. This is looking like, honestly, a ranked lobby at this point, but the zone is pulling up towards countdown. You can see Rockstar already have a great position for it. Some of Skyhook is in, a lot of Train is in as well, but this is probably close by to where the ring will end.
It's really hard to predict these zones, especially when you're a noob like me, but I am going to go over towards Train. Probably going to be wrong, though, and that's why Rockstar setting up over towards this place. Tech very rarely will put his team in a position where they're not going to be within at least a quick rotate within those final zones. So a lot of teams fighting for this building, and I would guess that this is going to be where it's going to end based off that information alone. But Team Razor, and a little bit of a scuffle, a little bit of a skirmish over here towards this beacon building, and you can see scans inside of there on the player outlines. Muffins hasn't hit his scan quite yet, but we can see exactly where these players are located. And speaking of muffins, he's going to go down first. That's going to be Stomps from Team Pop-Tarts. Fresh off their win in that 2 versus 3. Hakulo answers, though, with 2 big, massive knocks. And now it's a 1-on-1 against the Gibraltar. Let's see if he can finish it out. Such good shots from Hakulo coming from the hip. But that Gibraltar, he's got his Sonic the Hedgehog boots on, and he gets taken down. The third party is there, though, and that is Team Lonely Fans.
Oh, man. They pick up all 3 kill points there as well. So Team Lonely Fans simply coming in for the third party. We're down to 12 squads now. 32 players left. And the round 1 is still closing. Okay, so update, no longer looking like ranked. It's just looking like a regular pub game with half the lobby already dead. 303 up in a fight up against Team Cheez-It here. They have traded back. It's going to come down to a 2v2 in that fight. As you can see, Bambino, he's got that beast in the hunt popping. They're trying to go for that fast rest over here at Sorting Factory for the time being. We'll see if Team Intel try to turn around in this. We know that they were roughly in the area as well as Team Cheetah tried to third party them. High ground angle has been taken on top of that crane, but with the scans, you can see them. And so it's going to allow Prodigy Aces to try and keep them at bay. They're sticking the res on the Joy Blackout for the time being, but you can see 303 are trying to get aggressive on it. They're trying to stop it, and they will. They get the re-knock, or at least stop the res. Rakanishu now dropped down to about 10 HP, but he does at least trade away before he falls. Prodigy Aces now left in a 1v2 up against 303. We'll use that grab lift to get another cheeky angle. Does some decent damage, but now they trade on back. Time is running out. So you can see that Wraith queuing away, and Prodigy Aces now just stuck up on top of the cranes by himself. His team bleeding out. Joey Blackout still on the ground there as we have them trying to recover.
Really like all these plays coming in from Prodigy Aces, but unfortunately just not enough to be able to cover his teammates as Joey Blackout was trying to get out of there. And Rakanishu was doing whatever he could to support. But 303 patiently waiting. Their third party coming in quite yet is a great shot from Bambino. 70 spray as Prodigy was going up back on top of this crane. And he's just going to continue to be a nuisance up here. Eventually he'll end up running out of resources and have to make a play. But Joey Blackout is going to bleed out. And now it's just him. So it's always much more difficult to fight when you know you're not going to be able to get your teammates back up. So I'm expecting him to full send this fairly soon.
The timing on that was so unfortunate. He uses that grab lift to get Joey Blackout up onto the crane to try to get a safe res, but then he bleeds out. And it was just a split second off. So now 303 are going to cut them off at the pass. You can see Pyrodise already making his way ready for that rotation, hitting him up from behind. Bambino tries to catch him as he's fallen. You gotta worry. There is a third party laying in wait. You can see over by that connector tunnel. And that is Alliance coming up behind them here. Prodigy Aces does fall, and Alliance miss out on their opportunity for the third party.
Or did they, Jamerson? Or did they? They look super interested right now. Let's see if they have the death totem up. He's waiting for the jump pad as well. Jump pad's up. Let's see if Vapes and RPR have their ultimates as well. And if they do, most likely going to probably place it directly where Hockey's is crouched or somewhere around that corner. And then they'll full send this one. So they're going to just kind of scout their back, make sure that their death totem can't get ripped apart, and then we'll see if they end up full sending this one. But looking at our #1 team right now in terms of our leaderboard, and today in our pro day, it's GYD winning game number 3, winning game number 4, I believe it was. Having a strong performance overall. I think they had about a 10-point lead, and with all of the teams basically taking each other down, they're just trying to get their placement points as long as possible.
Oh, Yuki catching Albert Laley mid-air on that jump pad. Defensive bombardment will go down as well from Team Liquid, but Nocturnal gets cleaned up. Now we're down to 10 squads remaining as CLG are, yeah, we do have
the only team playing the
countdown.
Yeah, CLG, the only team taking this game like it's a $1 million game, but that's, you know, why CLG is one of the most consistent teams that we have here, and they take every game like it's for $1 million. So they're playing directly center of the zone. While that's happening, I'm sure they're fully aware of the situation. It's going to be fairly difficult to pick up kills, but you always want to try to end on a dub and keep that momentum and those vibes going, whether you're going to continue to play ranked or whether you're just going to take it easy and watch some VOD. Nasky, Yuki, and Dell, we just saw them take down Team Liquid, just a duo. This zone is moving here, so we'll see exactly where it's going to go. And for the first time ever, we don't have a fight in game number 6.
Yeah. So GYD, they can bide their time here. Of course, they are in on the ring for now. They've had secured top 10, 2 additional kill points as well. It's about maintaining this lead right now as Alliance. They're hungry for the kills. You can see they're trying to be very proactive here throughout. They know they have a long way to catch up, and it was unfortunate that Na'Vi had a different idea in terms of rotate. They went through the south side of Sorting Factory instead of going up through the north, so Alliance were not able to really lurk on them and get some free kills there. And so they have to find some more now, and the lobby is dwindling down. Alliance's time is running out as GYD are playing this a lot more conservatively.
And that's what you do in these type of situations. Just continue to play the edge, mosey your way on up. The only thing that's going to stop them is the resistance inside that tunnel right there, where you can see the player outlines. The teal green player outlines are just waiting for the rotation to come through. So that's the most important part of the game there for GYD. And if they're not able to make it out of that fight, assume Alliance is going to start playing safe as well.
Team Applejacks, the closest one to catch up to GYD. They have not been that active, though. Have not picked up that many kills in this game. Playing on the south side of Train, the ring will pull away from them. They need to have an option for this rotate. I believe they were like 6 or 7, maybe 8 points trailing behind GYD heading into this final game. And so it's all about waiting to see GYD on that kill feed, on the wrong side of the kill feed as well. Multiple teams in the area now, and so this is a very scary situation, but Applejacks are not plussed by it. They will go ahead and push up. The scan goes down onto A, slowing him down. Lost out on the high ground here as the team has made it up into that train cart, so they're just going to back away from this one. Roller's taking a lot of damage to the back, but he is safe for the time being.
I would have loved to see him use the jump pad to try to get up into the train cart, but I'm not sure if the jump pad has enough height to make it up to the train cart. So they're going to back off and set up where they originally were at. But while this zone starts to close, we are no longer in zone number 2. So round 3 going to chunk a lot more. And that's why they're going to go pop these ultic cells to try to get another bounce pad so they can try to make some sort of play. And the pings are going to go down. They're going to make their way over towards the north-hand side, that right-hand side, and play these blue crates, which is a pretty smart play considering the circumstances where you're just waiting and waiting and waiting for GYD to be taken out, or you're trying to be the team that takes GYD out. And this is the methodical plays that we've seen numerous times, where you try to stay off that kill feed if you're sitting over towards the top 3, because immediately teams are going to send it towards you.
Na'Vi still stuck over by Countdown now, as they got the pings down onto the position where I believe Rockstar are playing things out. Na'Vi are trying to find some long-range kill points. They do have the charge rifle, only hitting for the 10 there onto 1 as that rotation comes out from Applejacks.
It's always annoying when you're trying to rotate in the middle of the map and you're just getting charge rifled left and right. But 303, they're going to be taken down. That's going to be Applejacks coming through the side. And look how healthy they are. It was only Rollers who took health damage throughout all of that. Very impressive. Rollers with double massive shots right there too. And that was a very smart rotation. We were talking about it, going over towards that blue crate. Eventually, the portal came through and they were already there. So those ultimate cells, very useful. The ping's very useful. That's why you have to have a plan going into these type of situations. And Applejacks was able to execute perfectly against one of our top teams.
See the pings going down for Applejacks. Sniper tower is in, and there's no one on it, surprisingly enough. Even though we have all the snipers in the game being utilized right now, Team Lonely fans are trying to keep GYD pinned down here, but Blight is taking a lot of damage. He does have to back up as he throws down that barrel. He has a Nox gas grenade. If they can buy enough time, but they are getting pinched, it seems, from both sides. Now Lonely fans are trying their best to hold off here. We do have the black hole dropping down on top of them, but that Nox gas grenade is keeping GYD at bay for now. Yuki was able to sneak in that thermite, got the knock, and it's gonna be Alliance coming in for the third party as well from the other end. And so not only can they pick up Lonely fans, they could try to go after GYD here, but we'll see if they can put a stop to them. We do have the death totem being used. They were cleared of 2 at the very least, but now GYD understand the situation that they're in. They got the knock onto Vipes, and this might be it. This can secure the win for GYD. If they can take out Alliance here and then take out Applejacks, but Applejacks might have seen that they are on the kill feed right now. Alliance are out now, and Applejacks have missed out on their opportunity to get involved in this fight.
I don't think then they're in the vicinity to go for the third party there. That's huge for GYD. Now there's only one team remaining, and that, like you said, Jamerson, is Team Applejacks, one of our partner teams, trying to take down Nasky, Yuki, and Dal. Former cooler roster here, coming through with a little bit of chip on their shoulder, trying to make sure that they prove that they are one of the top teams, and not just EMEA, but also in all of the world here. And I'm very impressed with the way that Yuki's been able to play. All of these black holes have been perfectly placed. The timing has been phenomenal. Serdell comes through and cues throughout all of that. And then all of the head glitches that were being utilized were very nicely done. But here's another fight over towards the side. That's going to be Team Rockstar. You can see the armor swap was trying to happen inside the zone. That's going to be Matt Pickett being down. Trinal, he's going to toss his bubble, but they have to make their way through this team because the zone is pushing them. And that is CLG, who's been set up for quite some time now. It's just up to Tech. He's making his way on the edge of the zone, and he gets dropped by Manus as well. And we were wondering if Applejacks was going to take that tower. Well, they did, and they are in prime position now.
Yeah, with 5 squads remaining, there's 2 players missing out of this lobby. This one's going to be ending over on the car just to the north of the sniper post as well, as that used to be a very popular position to hold for these circles, and not too many teams hold it as much anymore because it can be difficult without a Watson. But that used to be a very popular spot for teams, and you know, shout outs to D-Cop for that one. Miss you, buddy. But here we are, final 5 squads. Applejacks are still alive. GYD are still alive. It's not secured yet for GYD. They still need to deal with Applejacks, and then they can celebrate. You can see a lot of nades going down on top of Applejacks here, but they're not quite connecting, and so Applejacks are safe for the time being.
Such a weird position to be in, but fortunately for Team Applejacks, they have a lot of resources. They have the cells to get through this. They have plenty of ammo too if they need to fend off other teams. And it's been pesky intel from down below, chucking up all these grenades. And these two teams stacked on top of each other is a great sign for GYD. So right now, if you're Team Applejacks, you've got to figure out how you can get rid of Team Intel. And it looks like they're going to start using the grenades of their own.
Yeah, the Thermite narrowly missing onto Panders and Metro there. If they could have gotten that connect, maybe they just go for the full send. But now with 8 seconds left to go, the zone's going to start closing in. Applejacks have to make a decision. GYD are keeping a very attentive eye on this one for now. And as you can see, the port has been set up as well. They are safe to be inside. They have the crossfire set up. They are waiting for these teams to fall. You can see Metro and Intel. They have snuck their way in underneath that tower, and Applejacks are going to fall right on top of them. Senox did go down to the ring, and so now we're down to our top 4. Here comes the push out, and GYD are about to secure their win there. Rollers going down. Duplex picks up 1, but ultimately, Team Applejacks are out, and now GYD can celebrate, but they want the win. CLG is on the other side of this 3v3 right now as the defensive bombardment has gone down. Dell accidentally taking the port back, taking some damage there, but he will rejoin the fight with Nasky having that bubble down. CLG are trying to find the right utility. Here comes the huge black hole, but 2 of them are not caught in it for now, but that's a beautiful spray. Yuki finds 1 with that T-bone. He drops down with the EVA 8. It's all up to Yuki, but CLG will be able to secure the win, the final win of the evening. It's got to be GYD taking the dub for the night.
What a game there. We were talking about how CLG wanted to come through and get a dub at the tail end of things. They played it methodically. They got in the middle of the zone. They let all the teams fight. They come in with the final third party there. But I thought Yuki was going to pull it off. He goes up into that grab lift, has some crazy shots, drops down, hits a lot of EVA 8 shots as well. Great performances from a lot of our teams, especially our partner teams. We saw some great stuff from Applejacks, Pringles, Cheez-It, Pop-Tarts. Saw some highlights there from Team Rockstar. We saw Intel starting to get in their groove as well. A couple other teams a little bit slower. Rice Krispie Treats, obviously, with the constant 50-50s. But overall, it was GYD with their back-to-back wins that gave enough momentum and enough points to move forward.
Yeah, we'll take one final break as our admins, of course, tabulate all the results, because second place matters as well, along with the cumulative points. So stick around, guys. We'll announce the winners right after this.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal,
to snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Hey, shake it, kiddo.
Love Dad. Oh.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and
Pasta. Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Arena Orange County studio. My name is Yeso as we get ready to close out the day. Quite an exciting game to finish it off, and it looks like GYD may have done just enough to hold off Team Applejacks and grab the victory. Nasky said, it's not going to happen to me 2 nights in a row. We will join Jamerson and T-Square to check out those standings in just a moment. But let's take a peek here at our post-game stats. CLG obviously taking the dub here in the final game. I'm Madness and Lou leading the way. Lou with 4 kills, taking the kill lead there for that one. But Nasky still doing a lot of damage, a lot of work for that squad. Over 1,600 damage for him as they finish off a really strong day. Really strong week for Nasky in general. We look forward to seeing more from those boys very soon, but we can head over here to Jamerson and T-Squared in just a moment to check out our Mobile 1 leaderboard.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
It's fruit refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored smash.
It's fruit freshin'.
Yeah, it's one heart, one shot. Now the future is yours. Go.
All right, guys, welcome back to Series E as we do have all the results tabulated. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see who our winners are. And of course, no surprise here. It's going to be GYD, Nasky, Yuki, and Dell taking first place. Team second with 63 points overall, Tom.
And you got to give props to Team Applejacks for coming in second with all of these teams that are basically ALGS tournament winners. Team Applejacks yet to put up a dub yet, but to be in this company, especially look at Team Pop-Tarts and Team Pringles as well, sitting up there with the likes of Sentinels, Liquid, Navi, CLG Alliance. That's great company to be in, guys. So keep up the hard work, and we'll see what these guys can do going into next week.
Yeah, and we're seeing constant improvement coming out from Team Applejacks here. Once again, really utilizing a very conservative play style, playing for center zone, getting the kill points when they can. But like you said at the beginning of the show, Tom, it's not about just being able to play that one play style. It's also being able to pull out the aggression when it's necessary. And that's what Team Applejacks really displayed today.
They did. They showed that they can team fight with some of the best of them, and they cleaned these fights up very quickly. They had numerous times where they were taking on multiple teams at any given point in time. But overall, Nasky, Yuki, and Dell show that Horizon can be played really strong, especially if Yuki's coming through and utilizing it like that. And I think it was fairly easy to say that he was one of the strongest Horizons, if not the strongest Horizon that we had in our lobby today. And that was, a testament to the way that he was able to execute on a lot of different levels, especially towards the tail end of the game where they won and got over towards the rock. And then he had his Mobile 1 high performance moment where he threw down his black hole and chucked a couple grenades over there. We saw some great plays from teams like Alliance as well. So overall, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and the composition that they're running it in as well. Let's take a look at the Mobile 1 high performance moment. They got the Wraith
They've got the big boy, Gibraltar. There we go. And the Horizon. They're not running a Recon Legend, but this is a team that is so seasoned, that have so much experience, and we're already a very strong macro team. They don't need the beacons as much as other teams may. And this is where Team GYD were really able to turn things around. They were getting gate kept by a caustic composition. Lonely Fans came in. Alliance came in for the third party with that as well, but GYD slapped all of them down.
Yeah, and they even set a portal up to go past the gas. And then all of a sudden, Alliance runs through thinking that this is the weak team that they were fighting, but instead it's the full team of GYD that's extremely healthy. And now you know that they have the advantage because the initial knocks come through. Great arc stars coming in from Nasky. He even gets a stick throughout all this over towards the tail end right there. So what a job by GYD. And that was definitely the one high performance moment of not just the match, but of the day today. Because if they fall right there, Applejack's most likely is going to take the win.
Yeah, and Applejacks, you saw they were poised, they were waiting. They had a very passive position over on the sniper post, but unfortunately, Ring pulling away from them. They had team intel underneath. GYD had a beat on them the entire time, and as soon as they went down, you knew that GYD knew they won.
Exactly, but then again, congratulations to GYD, but also props to our new partner teams coming through in Season 2, all the teams that got regulated with these new rosters coming through and showcasing that they want to be here for Season 3, so props to all of them.
Yeah, that's right. And before we close out the show, if you guys liked our pre-show, our deal or steal, we had PvP on today, and you want your chance of winning some cool loot, make sure that you're subbed to the channel here at Esports Arena. We will have a sub-only steal or deal or steal going on in the future. And so make sure you're subbed for your chance to enter that. But that's going to do it for us. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we all hope you have a safe weekend. We will see you guys next week. So have a good night.
All right, Yeso back here in the GVO zone to close out the day. Big thank you to Jamerson and T-Squared. Great cast on the day, gentlemen. And I am, in fact, joined for an interview here by Ronnie of Team Nestle Pure Life, as well as Obey Alliance. Ronnie, thank you for joining me. How are we doing today?
Oh, doing pretty good. I could have done better, but, we're doing pretty good.
Yeah, definitely have
Just
a lot
chilling.
to talk about here. But I want to go ways back here to start off. And before SeriesE or anything like that, what was kind of your early competitive experience in Apex? What kind of stuff were you doing prior to SeriesE?
Just pretty much ALGS, and I didn't have the best team back then. Well, my first team wasn't that good. Then the second team was starting to get more known, but it was just nothing but ALGS. Made it to grand finals once, and that was pretty much all I got. Nothing else other than ALGS. And, yeah.
So now we look at, you've got about a season and a half of SeriesE experience under your belt. You've gone through some changes, some growth, obviously joining Obey Alliance. What has that journey been like now over the last season and a half, now obviously competing on Team NPL?
It's great to have an opportunity to play in these tournaments, and now that I found a better team, it's although we can be doing better, but overall it's just great to be competing.
And what do you feel like you can take from this experience in SeriesE over the last season and a half, now playing with Team NPL? What kind of stuff can you take from that experience to now competing with Obey Alliance, as we obviously hope to see you guys competing as a pro squad in Season 3, excuse me?
So I usually struggle to IGL and stuff and call out as much. I'm not really talkative, but playing with, learning from my experience over these past 2 seasons, and this season in general has been like helped me taking more confidence in taking my fights, if that makes sense. Like I can call out like faster. I'm like more quick thinking, stuff like that, taking what we need to take, what we need to do, and just just winning most of my fights.
Now, looking at tonight's games, I know you were saying that things could have gone better, but you guys had a solid performance last night in the open night. Obviously, a struggle here tonight. What are your thoughts on kind of how the game shook out today?
The vibes aren't really like the best today, to be honest. But like yesterday, the vibes are pretty good. We were talking, agreeing, stuff like that. Today, the vibes weren't just on. We had gunfights. Like our team fights weren't good at all today. We had like one or two that were pretty good, but other than that was pretty much it. Just vibes and gunfights.
Okay. Well, certainly still time for you and the squad to grow in the back half of the season. We're certainly looking forward to it here. I want to now look forward. Obviously, you're with this new roster on Obey Alliance. I actually got to hang out with Hambino for a little bit last night playing Deal or Steal. What are the kind of things from not only getting to work with Obey Alliance.org, but specifically the roster that you're going to be a part of? What kind of things are you excited about and looking forward to working with these guys?
Playing with these guys is just something different because we're always so positive. And not like saying that like my team right now isn't positive, but it's just, we have a bad game, we're like, okay, let's shake it off, let's go to the next one. And we usually do good. And if we do bad that game, we just keep on doing that. We practice a lot, play ranked some here and there, a lot of GLL. So I'm just looking forward to, our gunfights are really good. I'm just looking forward to next season as well. See how we do.
You guys certainly bring a lot of skill to the table. When you add on that kind of positive attitude, that good atmosphere, just makes everything better, right?
So it's just the vibes are like, people think like the vibes aren't like what you need, but you really need vibes, good vibes to do good in tournaments and in general.
I mean, we're definitely about those good vibes here in the GVO zone. As we look forward to next week, obviously looking to rebound after a tough week here, hoping to see more from you and the NPL squad. Do also want to shout out a little bit for you, as we've got the Rat Cam this season, and you getting voted as the Rat of Season 1. We did want to, shout out you as the inspiration for the Rat Cam this season. So we've certainly enjoyed it, and we're glad to have you still competing here and looking forward to the rest of the season and Season 3 as well.
Yes, sir.
All right, Ronnie. Well,
Indeed.
Thank you so much for joining me. That's going to close it here tonight. Definitely keep an eye out for Ronnie, NPL, and all the other squads next week. Remember, Tuesdays and Wednesdays here with our Open and Pro nights. Remember, 4:30 start Pacific time on Tuesday. It's a 2:30 start on Wednesday. That's going to do it for us here, folks. My name is Yeso. I've been your host. Been a pleasure to be here with y'all this week. We're going to have more action with Week 6 next time around. It's going to be Rockstar Week. You're not going to want to miss that. Before we close, please make sure to subscribe. If you do, you have a shot to get on Deal or Steal with me before the show and win some sweet stuff. Check us out on all of our socials. We're at Esports Arena on Twitter and Instagram. Facebook.com/esportsarenausa, and check out our newly revamped website at esportsarena.com, and make sure to grab some sweet merch at shop.esportsarena.com. For myself, everybody at Esports Arena, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for joining us tonight. We'll see you again next time.